Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back to day 2 of 2024 2025 Q-School with me, Phil Bars and Dan Simpson today. How are we doing, buddy?
All right, mate. Yeah, not so bad. Bit fresher than last night. I had a long day yesterday. I've had a good night. So I'm off work, which is quite nice. I got up, did the school run, took the boys to school. I've potted around on a few jobs. It's all right. All is good. It's Q-School as well. So best week of the year for doing a stream anyway. We're off and running early. The Europeans they've kicked off. They are not standing on ceremony whatsoever. They went at about 54 minutes past. They've gone about 6 minutes early over there. Already games underway in Europe. We've got about another hour or so. We haven't got a draw yet in the UK, but things are already getting interesting.
Yeah, some might say that's a good thing they've gone early after yesterday.
The earlier the better. Certainly, as it's, I mean, the sheer volume and number. I mean, it is remarkable to open up Dark Connect today and see that, you know, that opening round is the round of 512, which is completely bonkers, isn't it? Like, it's utterly absurd. Obviously, the pace at which they're moving leaves a little bit to be desired as well. A bit of faffing about. We just need to get. I think, you know, they just need to get these games underway. We won't be the same at the back end of the week. Obviously, once we get Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, things are all a little bit more. It's just like a Pro Tour event in terms of format, isn't it, and size. So a little bit easier to work through. Interesting.
Yeah, 100%. Like we say, when we come to stage 2, it's easy because it is just a Pro Tour format.
There's going to be some eyes today, though, isn't there? There are people that will have expected to do all right here. People who legitimately think they've turned up with a chance, who've picked up no points yesterday. Not only did they pick up no points yesterday, but some got a bit thumped, and leg difference is massive because we've got so many people. There are only so many opportunities to pick points up, and there are going to be loads of players ending up on the same point. So leg difference is huge. If you come out day one and get thumped, you really, really have to try and do something about it today, don't you?
100%. So we're hoping Dark Connect plays ball today.
It looks, I mean, just early stage. We are very early stage at the minute, but it looks like things are working okay so far over in Europe. We've got a lot of boards on the go. I mean, how many boards are we using over there? I can see
they've
board.
made sure there was extra.
Well, I can see board 32, Phil.
It's amazing, isn't it?
What are we doing with board? That's complete. I mean, if we're playing 32 boards, then maybe we will get through things a little bit quicker than expected. I tell you what, there's a little one, and so I'll be honest, folks. Right, I'm all right in the UK. Granted, there are some complete randoms that have turned up at Q-School this year, but I'm all right. The depth of my knowledge in Europe is, let's say, limited. You know, the German county system isn't my expertise, but there are a couple that I like. Obviously, there's a few that we know. There's also a few that I want to point out. We've got one letter different here from one of the greatest centre-backs of all time, and he's of the same nationality as the Swiss Fabian Shaw. Not Fabian Shah, one letter difference. Now, he's
not to be confused.
Yeah, Fabian Shaw is definitely getting my support today. because he is one letter away from the Swiss Superman, who I think will probably fight his way this evening through to a League Cup final.
Well,
but
the other one you'll like, we had a Lewandowski from Poland playing yesterday as well.
Yeah, I love this. Love this. We want to see that. We want to have as much fun as possible with some of these names because let's be honest, we're going to arse up, or I'm going to arse up pronouncing virtually all of them. Fabian Shaw becomes the first man or the first person today to go a break down. Ivan Springborg Poulsen from Denmark goes 2-0 up. And at the very end of the corridor, the very far reaches of the bottom of the arena on board 32, Franz Roach also takes an early break on Dylan Hauser as well, going 2-0 up there.
Yeah.
A couple of early breaks.
That's almost
yeah, board 32. I don't know where they're just, if they must have been just close to running out of space. They're playing it on the roof or in the boiler house or in the plant room or something. Like they just must have just boards everywhere when you walk in the building. Board 32.
Yeah. Good morning to the chat room. As always, nice and busy. Declan is in. Oh, I tell you what, that is brutal. John Michael against Anton Erstland. Oof. Two that will expect to get through to stage 2 and probably go on to get a card as well. How we doing? James Simon is in. Jay, Michael, how do? Jack Tweedle is in whilst preparing for Milton Keynes. Hope you are good, buddy. I love that.
Nice to have an eye on the competition.
Yeah. How you doing, Max? Hope you are good. Luke is in. Yeah, chat room, nice and round as always. And of course, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. As always, it will get busy as the day goes on, so make sure you don't miss anything. Yeah, it's an interesting one. That the projected cutoff is 3 points on both sides of the divide. I think +5 leg difference in the EU and +3 leg difference in the UK, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's dead hard to tell at this time, at this point as well. I know everybody's got the theory. The maths is normally relatively sound. It's not normally too far away come the end of Wednesday. But I still think we're a mile away here. It's good, it's exciting, but we're very far away from those conversations at the moment.
Oh yeah, look, we are looking forward to it. That is for sure. So yeah, for those asking in the chat room, Jack is obviously back home. Just when he did his job yesterday, he was one of the 8 that got through the UK, along with Bradley Brooks, Jason Wilson, Shane McGutt, Pete Burgoyne, Tommy Morris, Adam Paxton, Jack, and Lewis Pride were the 8 that qualified yesterday. I'm not sure if he'll be in the chat room today, but it was nice to have Martin Lukeman in the chat room. But I saw on his wife's Facebook that they're now on holiday, so wonder if he had a cheeky little watch around the pool.
Where's he gone? Anywhere nice? Do we know?
Mauritius, I think.
Oh, that's someone's doing well.
He's had a good year, hasn't he?
He's had a good year. He definitely had a good year. Yeah. Franz Roach is kicking on nicely, board 32, 4-0 up now. Biggest lead of the day so far. We're narrowing in on our first result of the day because we are playing, folks. Let's not forget the first 2 5. So as Franz Roach is 4-0 up, he's now going to have 3 darts at doubles top for a 5-0. And could the first result served in Europe? It is still breakfast time. So are we going to get bagels served? 3 darts at double tops for Franz Roach for a 5-0 win.
Well, I tell you what, I know we talk about bagels a lot, but the bagels in New York are genuinely the best in the world. If you have one in the morning, you're full to 8 o'clock in the evening. It's ridiculous.
It's tough to beat a bagel. I do enjoy a bagel. If it's done right, if they're done properly. You can find them in this country.
I do remember when Martin Lucan's mum and family were watching in the chat room when he got his card. It was brilliant. Dan95 says, hey, I'm at work. Do we agree with the Premier League lineup? No. I think it's all right. I think it's good, as good as you'll get it. I think if you swap somebody out and you stick somebody else in, it's just going to have another. I'm not saying it's a poor lineup. It's just, do I agree with it? Probably not.
I still think anyone that expected more than 2 changes was a bit naive from one year to the next. I know you'd maybe have changed that slightly differently and still had 2 changes, but maybe gone with something a bit different and Smith over Price maybe, but I don't think it's a mile away. Yeah. Anthony is in sunny. I'm guessing it's sunny in Texas at the moment. It normally is. He's gone for the bagel, egg, bacon, and cheese. Oh, I'll tell you what, Anthony, you'll know this one. You come out of the New Yorker and you go across the street and then up towards where the players stay. There's a little bagel shop on that street. Oh my God, it's amazing. I think there's a belter one, you know, because there's a little bit in the UK you can pick them up. Cricklewood Broadway in London. If you're in Cricklewood, there's a place opposite the Crown, a 24-hour bagel bakery, and that place is about as good as I've had in the UK, or probably outside of America. But the bagels are exceptionally good. Highly recommended. Yes, Anthony, look, he knows right across the street. Yes, we know our bagels. Look, Anthony is a native New Yorker, as we know. I'm just an honorary one because I just love the city, but incredible bagels. Also in the chat room, we've got Big Johnny. How are we doing? Cat is in. Pam TV. How are we doing? Matador, good morning. Franz Rocha has played really well this year. And look, I don't think there's a doubt that he's going to be a danger to get a card in stage 2. 96 average from him. Declan says, I saw something about Heta. Yeah, basically he said that he wasn't expecting to be in the Premier League, knows he wasn't in contention, but thanked everyone for supporting him, basically. Oh, so when I read that and I hadn't see, to be honest, I was looking around there to see if I could find that, the reaction that was mentioned there somewhere. But I now find out that it's not a negative one. It was a relatively sort of peaceful. I assumed that when someone had highlighted it, it was that he'd said something sort of a bit wild. It was fairly. Oh well, that's good. No, it was positive. Baza is in. Says Baza, let me take the thank you for the streams at the beginning. Look, it's a pleasure to have you in, mate. And look, like we say, this started in lockdown with me, Jar, and God. One of these things where you have an idea, and you were like, right, we'll do it like this, and then it didn't go to plan, and it was brilliant. And after the stream, our exact words were, "Oh fuck, what have we done?" Yeah, we have to do it every year now. Yeah, 100%. It was like, yeah, there's no going back now. No, every day, every year. Well, no, best streams of the year, especially these back end. I genuinely cannot wait. I'm properly excited this week. I had to get Anna all teed up and ready. I had to literally say, like, Saturday and Sunday, love. I know it's the weekend. I know everyone's back to school and we're all back to work, but I'm afraid Saturday and Sunday, it's the big days, isn't it? It's Q-School. Yeah, sorry, Saturday and Sunday, I'm sorry. However, you're on your own. Yeah, there's a decent chance that we get interrupted a fair bit on Saturday, and so I think that we might end up with some of my children popping up on the stream here and there because it's a long session for me to be locked away in here for a couple of days. Bill and Ted are always welcome.
They've been on the stream before.
I'm certain we'll see Bill and Ted popping up at some point towards the end of Q-School.
To be fair, Johnny, as you've asked nicely, I suppose I could stream the UK Open qualifiers.
Are they they're weekdays, aren't they?
I think they're on, yeah. So
I seem to remember them not being at what I considered to be a reasonable time.
So yeah, I'll there you go. I promise you now, we'll do the UK Open qualifiers as well. We'll be doing the Masters qualifier as well.
Boom.
Johnny, I guarantee you, just because you're a friend of the channel and are always in, I will put you as feature game.
Oh, what a commitment that is. Love that. Yeah, I never thought about that. We could have the feature games that we could have in the UK Open qualifiers could just literally be like, it could be friends of the channel. If you are a member, if you're a member of the channel, we can almost guarantee your game will be a feature game.
Yeah, we'll get Edgar on as a feature one as well. To be fair, it looks like the chat room are going to be loving the idea of the UK Open qualifier. So we've committed now. We're in, Dan. The stream will happen.
Absolutely. Dale, we will be doing Fallout bars for every Premier League. That is generally the ones that they tend to fit a little bit nicer for me. The Worlds is tough for me to get on every day just because I'm working so much and I've got a house full of family and stuff. But yeah, we will be back to Thursday Fallouts every week after the Premier League very soon. It's exciting. That it's quite a cool. They're normally quite good Fallouts. Those lots to talk about.
And also, literally, thank you for everyone who watched the Fallouts over the Worlds. It was genuinely incredible, the numbers that Fallouts did.
Johnny, if I had average of 70, I'd be high-fiving strangers on the night bus, mate. You shouldn't talk yourself down.
As well, we tried to do it last year, but unfortunately, England fucked us up. But during the summer, we are going to do a live lounge live from Dan's pub, beers and barbecue.
Yeah, we're barbecuing in the summer in the northeast. We'll try and get some northeast representation.
And it was looking good. And then we had our date first. So England needs to have a word with themselves.
We did. We had our date really early in the year, didn't we? We picked that Saturday in July. We're like, right, that's what we're doing. We had a good selection of northeast players due to attend, and then I think I'd gone as far as working out what we were barbecuing, and I hadn't even gone to macro before we saw the draw for England's knockouts, and we knew once we'd seen that if England win the group and then they win again and win again, then we've got a clash. It's a right challenge.
Yeah.
But this year we haven't got a major title, no major tournament, nothing going on in the summer, nothing to spoil the fun. Interesting. We've already got, those that picked up points yesterday. Yes, they haven't picked up a point for their first victory, but you can just see in Europe those names starting to. And what you can already see, whilst they haven't picked up points today yet, is those that have gone on a bit of a run yesterday and picked up 3-4 points. Have got through their first game today and are now starting to move across the board where points are available. And people can lay down a claim very early, can't they, in that order for those order of merit spots, and be all but secured very quickly, all but secured. Because we're taking in Europe, what we got 80 going through. 82 order of merit qualifiers.
Phil, do you have any idea when the Bahrain Dutch World Series? I would imagine over this next by the weekend, by the latest, I would say.
It'll have to be soon, won't it? Because they'll need to book them a flight.
Yeah. Dell says, pick one player each who you think will be a first-time major champion in 2025. Dell's going Wessel.
First-time major. What's the major?
Controversy. In 2025, I am going for no new major winner.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what we said last night, didn't we? On the live lounge. I'm not convinced that we're going to see a new major winner this year. I would be really shocked, in fact, if we did. If we saw a new major winner, could be Damon Heta is the obvious answer. I think because of just the caliber of his game and his position in the order of merit, where he's going to get seeded for tournaments. I think Damon's the obvious answer, but because if you like, that's the thing missing from his game. That's why he's not included in the Premier League. That's why he isn't yet considered among those elite players in terms of his position within the game and his brand and his sort of the aura around him is that he's still yet to do it. I think it's the next logical step for him.
If there is going to be one, I would go Josh Rock, but I don't think there will be in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, Rock's a fair call. Like again, it is a very fair pick. But I think Heta's probably we know he's slightly better placed. But then again, we've got a couple of rogue possibilities. Like Ryan Searle can string some games together. Certainly in something like a UK Open where we might not, he could avoid some of the big boys and play his way into the game a little bit. Then somebody like a Ryan Searle could be a pick.
Yeah, 100%.
Dirk van Dijvenbode, if he finds his form, if he finds himself able to throw his A game consistently, is going to be dangerous. But okay, I just think we've not seen him close to being able to put that together regularly enough lately. So we'll see on that front. But there's a few names with potential, but I do think they're a bit far away from it. And I think this year will come a bit early for all of them.
Yeah, I think MVG will win a TV title next year. I don't know which one, but I think he'll win one.
Ooh, worst average of the day so far, 53.8. And that is Dan Simpson darts, that.
Right, as well, genuinely, chat room, if we were to, we are going to, the beers and barbecue stream that we're going to do, what suits people, or what do you think will be better? End of June, July, excluding the end because of the match play, or August?
Oh, we've got a draw. We've got a draw in the UK. And I tell you what, there'll be some happier than others as I have a very quick skim down it. There are just a few folks that will not be happy about being on the same board as some other very talented players. Our local lad Jamie Owens finds himself on the same board as Tom Sykes, which is going to be very, very tough to come through. Some very good players there.
To be fair, I think that's a good shout. I think July for a bit of a match play preview. Oliver is in. Saying hi, I'm from Antwerp, Belgium. Thanks for the stream. Pleasure, mate.
Well, what did we have planned this year? It was early August. Oh, sorry, early July, wasn't it? Was it like the first
Early
weekend
July,
in
yeah.
July that we planned? All right, calm down. Bum, 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 bum. Who are we looking at? Right. Oh, there's some naughty draws here. Some people will be very frustrated.
It looks like we've got maybe Dark Connectors having a wobble again.
Are we having a moment? Let's have a quick look. I've been reading the draw. I don't know, man. Oh yeah, we've got a few 5-1s that seem to be still ongoing matches again.
Yeah, Dark Connectors having a wobble.
Not sorted itself out just yet. Thomas Cromwell's playing today, which is exciting. I'll have to break out my fact book. Loads of Thomas Cromwell facts.
Yeah, some of our older listeners will appreciate this more. Do you remember Scott Mills on Radio 1 when he used to do the big fact hunt? Where if you say it quick,
Yes, the fact hunt was, don't say that after beers.
Yeah, you could get that very wrong.
Or very right, depending on your target. This must be the biggest, it must be the highest volume that gets put through the Darts Connect server of any time in the year, these 4 days. I can't think of anything else that would put this much volume through.
No, not over. No, I'm with you. This is like the worst one of the year.
Baz is on, yes. First tour card holder to ever hold the post of former Privy Seal. He knows the crack. He comes back every year for the Thomas Cromwell facts.
I was devastated. We've got no Liam Gallagher this year.
I know. That was it was lockdown, wasn't it? It was the lockdown stream that we had Liam Gallagher playing, and we had an epic afternoon full of Oasis puns.
Yeah.
While we were all locked up in our houses. John Part has a bye into the 2-5-6. Yeah, it's not quite pulling it. I think mine might have just sorted itself out now. It seems to have had a little bit of a settle. We've had an awful lot of extra results. I think I think all it was is some of those games had got to 5 and hadn't moved themselves over into the completed category.
Unfortunately, Jar, he can't live forever.
Here we go.
Ron says, how many women are at Q-School? Off the top of my head, I might be wrong with this because I haven't looked properly, but just from what I can remember, I can only remember Fallon, Bo, and Noelin.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anybody else, unless unless there are people playing in Europe that have gone under the radar. Like I say, I go through that European list of 500 or 400 players, 381, I think there is, and it's easy to get lost very quickly in that list. Tell you what, we are very well represented across different nationalities so far. We've seen, and then we've had an Italian winner as Massimo Dante, who we know from the PDC stage previously. 5-0 winner, serving bagels early in the day.
Danny Boy says, evening guys, of the players who got tour cards last year, who's had the best year? Ooh. I would say Thibaut Tricol.
I would say, I assume we're talking Q-School only, not not the wonder kid that picked up a tour card last year. Because he's had a canny old year, hasn't he? Yeah, arguably Tricol. Let's have let's have a look statistically who it is. I mean, it's relatively easy to see just the numbers, isn't it?
James, I didn't say Nyman because he didn't get his through Q-School. I'm just going off of the ones that went to Q-School.
Did De Graaf win his in Q-School?
Can't remember, to be fair.
If De Graaf picked his up at Q-School, and I'm fairly sure he did, then you could probably say that De Graaf's had a better year than Thibaut. I mean, mathematically he has, because he's put more money on the board this year, but he's also, I think, just managed to feature himself a little bit more in big games on TV, and he's come through big matches, knocked off big names. So I think De Graaf is the fair answer to that question, I think.
Oh, I'll tell you what, there's some good news. Liam Mandel Lawrence is out.
Out?
Harold got his last year as well. The buys are a random generator. They stick all the names into the computer and just press sort.
So there isn't. I mean, there's not many games being played in that first round, is there? Because they're just leveling. They are just leveling up the numbers. There are a few in there. Justin Hood, Adam Mould, players that will probably feel a little bit irked that they've been unlucky enough. Devon Peterson. Oh, that's horrific. Neither have received buys, so playing in that opening round where only a handful of them are having to play. But Devon Peterson against Cam Crabtree, that's a bloody awful draw, that.
Yeah.
Neither of them two are going to be celebrating that draw. First of all, you're one of the handful of players that hasn't received a buy, and you have to play the other.
Yeah. Rob, it's not that I don't like Liam. I've only met him a few times, and he seems a nice guy. However, he is painfully slow, and slow is not good. And I've said the same about Justin Pipe over the years. Slow play.
I wonder if we'll get off early in Britain. We got off early in Europe. I'm not sure.
You can see by about day 4 or 5, the officials have had enough, and they just get on and play.
Yeah, people just start throwing downs at 10:30. Just get on with it.
People asking about Raw. It was awesome last night on Netflix. It was incredible.
I was fast asleep. I have no idea yet. I was asleep within 20 minutes of us finishing the live lounge last night. I literally walked away from here, climbed into my bed, and that was me out until 6 this morning.
Fairs. Charles says Gavlas against Lando Norris World Final. No, I'm out. I think Phil. I classed Phil as methodical. I wouldn't say he was slow. Not like Justin Pipe, Gavlas, Liam Manuel Lawrence slow.
Here's a quick question from the chat room. See if anyone's willing to make a prediction on this one. Will we see a tour card holder? Will we see somebody come through Q-School? And I'm talking primarily just because of the various big mix of nations that's taking part at the European event. But will we see a tour card holder from a country that hasn't had a tour card holder before? You know, we've seen in recent years, we've seen the very first French tour card holders come through. But does anybody think we will see somebody from an emerging darts nation that will be their country's first ever tour card holder?
It's a good question.
Because we've got, I'm trying, and again, it's difficult to think back and think, well, is there an obscure player from any particular nation that means it won't be the first, from some of the countries we don't necessarily associate with having them. But
in terms of New Zealand, Rob, Hopo Puhau.
Yeah, we haven't had an Italian tour card holder, have we?
What's his name? We had one last year. Michele Toretta.
Yes, of course. Yeah, so we're not going to get the first Italian. We could get the first Hungarian.
Have we had a Norwegian tour card holder?
I don't think so. Stefan Belmont had a card. Have we had a Swiss?
No, I don't think we've had a Swiss tour card holder.
I can't remember if Belmont's had one or not. I've already got about 30 windows open with different things on. If I open more windows, I'll crash.
Yeah, loads of good questions. I'm liking this today, chat. Super smart.
Yeah, it's busy.
You're busy.
Iceland haven't. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think Iceland have had one. It's whether or not we think they're going to pick one up, though. That's the big question. It's not the countries that haven't had one, but is anyone going to be the first representative of their country to pick one up?
My apologies, I can't remember who asked in the chat room. Someone said, we did like the best tour card holder or new tour card holder this year. Someone asked the worst, and Joshua Richardson was put in there. look, he's not had a good time either. And I tell you what else I'm disappointed with, because I was expecting more, was Andy Barnes. Because of his ceiling, I was expecting more from him this year. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree completely. It's very easy to just go to the bottom of, if you like, those that have earned the least amount of money and point to them and say, well, they're. But you're right in that Andy Barnes is a player that we don't expect to be scraping at the bottom. We know what his level is and we know what his ceiling is, and he's been far from it. Really, really expected more from him. But I think there's maybe a couple of others. I think you could probably say that, like, around that sort of ranking, I think I expected more from Steve Lennon. Won his card back in very dramatic style after losing it, and then you can only say he's underwhelmed since winning that card back. Nathan Rafferty's been underwhelming as well. Again, it's not so much focusing on those that have earned the least amount of money, but some of it's the players that we really expected so much more from. Owen Bates, expected more from him. Owen Bates has done 14 grand in a year. Expected a lot more from him when he picked that. When he picked that card up, I expected him to do a lot more than that. And I think those are the ones that you can say they've had a more disappointing year, rather than, there's a few lads in there, that we know were rogue collectors of a tour card, and maybe if the tour card system of getting one was a bit more of a meritocracy rather than the lottery that we see this week, probably they wouldn't have ended up with one. So it feels a little bit, this first round's tough, isn't it? Because you just want it out of the way so that people start picking up points. Like, until people start picking up points and we see that those boards start to shuffle and you see people actually making an impression into that order of merit, this first round it's difficult to get too excited about, unless you see a shock where you see, a name that we expect to go on a bit of a run, go out. I suppose that arguably the highest profile player underway at the minute is on board 23 is Nolan van Leuven, who takes a 3-0 lead. Nolan didn't get off to a particularly good start yesterday. Is currently on no points. So if she's going to go, well, she's going to still be playing at the back end of the week. She needs to pick some points up very quickly.
Off the top of my head, Andreas Harrison is into stage 2. Dirty Harry.
Yeah, is he not in stage 2 by way of his challenge tour,
I think. Yeah.
How far down the challenge tour does that go?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Because I know, and again, I'm Justin Hood's in the first round today, and he's 17th, so it's got to be considerably higher than that. John Henderson's 11th. If anybody knows in the chat room, let us know.
You might have been 16.
Top 16. Like that. I think that's good. I like that system. They've played all year. They've earned so 3 through 16. 1 and 2 have already got their cards.
Jeremy, no Americans this year. We've got 3 Canadians, but no Americans. We were talking about this on the live lounge last night, and Alex Bowman put it on his social media. It's look, they're trying to build something in North America, and maybe they feel like there's enough to keep them there at the moment, which is good for darts in North America. But look, from a greedy personal point of view, would I like to see an Alex Bowman at Q-School? People like that? Absolutely, I would.
Yes. Absolutely.
Carlo said there is a Swiss lady in Euro Q-School. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I said that they are a bit challenging.
He did, Bazza, but look, I've got a lot of... Some of the stuff Danny Baggish says, you have to take with a pinch of salt, because he says something 1 minute, and the next day he'll say something different, the next day he'll say something different. Look, he's an incredible talent, but sometimes his mouth writes checks that he doesn't cash.
Noah Lynn has absolutely breezed through that game, 5-0. 91 average. Now, I appreciate that what was coming back wasn't particularly impressive, but the 91 average will send a message.
Cheers, Buzz. Look, as a player, Danny Baggish is a great player. We've seen what he's done at the Worlds and so on, but his social media does get slightly excitable, shall we say, at times. I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave that feature game there, because I fancy a bit of Romeo grabbing back next on the feature game.
I would tend to agree. Famously walked out to the wrong music, I believe, at Ali Pally this year.
Well, you say that. I won't say how I saw this, but on his form, he did ask for Eye of the Tiger. When players that have qualified for the first time and whatever, and the Eye of the Tiger was on there, so they chose to give it to him. They didn't say, no, you can't have it.
Well,
and
I mean, it's not...
And to be fair, a bit like boxing, why should a walk-on song just stick to one player? We've seen numerous boxers use the same song.
Well,
if a player wants to use a song, they should be able to use it regardless whether someone else is using it.
I've got a few wild theories to throw out today. I've been saving them up for streamers like this, because I know the chat room sometimes like to weigh in and call me an idiot. Wild theory number 1 is PDC pros, and I'm talking like the top end of the game here. Like, I'm talking a player maybe within the top 10, top 16. But I would love somebody to stop just having the same entrance music all the time that is them, and start just having different entrance music for each occasion, depending on how they were feeling and who they were playing and what was going on. I would love us to start having like opposing entrance tracks and things that mean something to that particular event at that time. And I think, starting to mix it up a little bit more rather than the same song all the time, I think it's slightly entertaining. There's something in that, and I think somebody could pull that off.
Well, I've said this for a while, that look, the way darts has evolved has been nothing short of incredible. The production has evolved. I've got a swinging camera and everything like that. The one thing that hasn't evolved is the production of the walk-on. And I look at wrestling and I look at boxing, the way they do walk-ons, they are so much better than darts. For me, the walk-on in darts is the next thing that has to evolve and be better.
I want to see some live performances, mate. I want to see us booking
in Madison Square Garden last year. Anthony, if you're in the chat room, you'll know this straight away. But I'm sure it was Jules Van Dongen had someone on stage playing his walk-on song every time he played.
Well, I don't understand how we get some of the big events that we have, and we haven't yet booked Pitbull. How have we not booked Pitbull? The man's responsible for about 80% of darts walk-ons, isn't he? Why are we not just getting Pitbull to sing everybody out?
Mr. 305. But no, but just going back, I'd like to see the walk-ons made better, because at the moment that's the one bit that hasn't evolved. Everything else production-wise has got better and better, but the walk-ons haven't.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And I understand that there are some restraints within the arenas because, and again, some of that is because the way that the arenas are set up, often sort of the fans aren't seeing the player. You might on the TV, you're seeing the player for the first time when that camera cuts to them. The crowd have already seen them sort of walk out, walk to the back of the entrance, and then walk back up the entrance. They've just walked down, which sucks the life out of it for the camera, or for the crowd, I think, sometimes, because they've already sort of seen that player walk out. They're not revealed. So I think the layout makes that a bit harder, but it would be good to see if we could get some more entertaining staging, let's say, for the entrances.
Yeah, well, everyone's saying that Pitbull is at the 3 Arena the night before the Premier League. He is, and I saw Mr. Littler tag Pitbull in an Instagram story.
Now that would be magnificent, wouldn't it?
I'm ready to go.
If we could get Pitbull on, like, actually walking out Luke Littler with a microphone, I think that's miraculous.
Yeah.
That would be true.
Morning, Tugboat. Morning, Rob, as well. How are we all doing? Would you like? Yeah, so that's exactly, look, boxing do it as well now, where they've got this great big video wall, and like the lights come down, the music hits, and this video wall is just lit up with whether it's the players' colours or logo, and then they walk out from behind the video wall and the crowd erupts because that's the first time they've seen them.
If only the PDC had some connections with, say, a company like Matchroom or something like that, where they could share some of those ideas and strategies. It would be cool, and clearly there is that those connections exist, and we should be able to get some cross sport.
Yeah, Rob, 100%. Like, could you imagine? I'm going to use, because for me, Joe Cullen's walk-on is right there, my favourites. But literally, the lights drop, Johnny Mac does his bit, and that first guitar strum of Oasis hits, and then you've got a Cullen montage on the video wall or something like that.
Oh, I think that's the way forward, and again, the more we've got this opportunity in darts at the minute, or the sport of darts has an opportunity where more people than ever before are tuning in. There's more people than ever who are turning darts on, who are willing to watch darts. What darts has to do is try and make them stick around. We'll all still be here in 5 years' time watching darts. Some of these people will watch it for the first time. The people that I watched a load of darts with over Christmas, they might not still be watching in 5 years. If darts doesn't find a way to keep hold of them and retain them, it's going to have to keep evolving. People have short attention spans, and the thing that's brought them in isn't a deep love of the sport of darts. We've got to try and retain it, because only by retaining them do we keep all the numbers up and then keep the sponsors big and keep the sport growing.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Colin does have a little bit of Lila playing. They stuck a loop at the top. Gary has one. They most of them have loops at the top. It's on Sky anyway. They have like a little loop at the top as Johnny Mac's doing his thing. How are we doing, Dal? Hope you are good. I tell you, the chat room's on fire today. You lot are all absolutely smashing it. Sorry if we've missed your question and fire it back in. Johnny, how are we doing? Hope you are good. Not sure when Adrian is playing yet. Yeah, that will be our next feature game. We are. Oh, is it gone live? What, we're live? Why wasn't I told?
No, are we? Have they gone off at 10 to? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for it. Now, warming up. We're warming up in Milton Keynes. Kai got out just getting underway. Had a big, big trip to London over Christmas. Already ranked high up that European Order of Merit. Kai got out. If he can put a few wins together today, he could be very, very close to guaranteeing himself a spot at the end of the week.
Yeah, I wouldn't say someone on the subject of walk-ons. Are we agreed that the walk-on is the only reason Aston was in the Premier League? I wouldn't say it is the only reason. Is it a factor? Yes, but I wouldn't say it's the only reason.
Yeah, if he come out to Westlife, then he wouldn't be immediately precluded, but it helps, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, look, I'm not saying it doesn't help, but I also don't think it's the only reason. Look,
I agree.
He did get to the quarterfinals of the World Championships. It's not as if he went and bombed early like some others.
No, agreed. More drone footage, Johnny, is what we want.
I tell you what, I was there when they were filming is he a pilot? The guy flying the drone, yeah. Anyway. Oh my God, it was nothing short of incredible watching him do that.
Yeah, some of those fly-through shots in the arena. And again, I'd love to see some of that, some of the iconic venues that we get to over the course of the year. Like, please give me an empty and then a filled drone fly-through of the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. Like, yes, please. That will be superb. Looks like we're getting closer in the UK. We've got a couple of extra games warming up now. So top 8, just a reminder, top 8 players today in the UK will advance to the final stage. They'll play in stages 9 through 12 later in the week. Everybody else is playing for points to get further up that order of merit, which in the UK is currently headed by Jordan Lee Rawlins, who's on 4 points and a plus 20 leg difference. He's had a great afternoon.
There we go. This is worthy of a feature game. Anton Ersland against John Michael.
The Greek god. There's a few been mentioning Mason Whitlock in the chat room. Mason Whitlock wasn't one of the lucky receivers of a bye in the UK Q-School event today. And Mason Whitlock's warming up now against Liam Kitchen.
It's funny, we were talking about this last night saying, hi guys, do you think Smith was worthy of an extra year in the Premier League given the sort of handouts Wright had? I made the argument for this last night that although, look, Michael Smith hasn't had the year that many would expect, and he, in terms of his high standards, he hasn't had the year that he'd have wanted either. But when in isolation, when you look at his TV results, you can't say he's not had a horrific year on TV.
Nope.
So is there an argument? Look, I could make the argument for Michael Smith to have been in this year's Premier League, yes.
I think the answer is the most honest answer I can give is the answer is both yes and no. Like if he was selected, then they would be able to stand by that selection and make and like literally point to specific reasons why he's got in. You know, he's a former world champion. He's a world champion more recent than some of the others that would have been included in there. He's had a decent year on television. He has he has showed up and played well in big events. Yes, he hasn't a big run at the Worlds, but he's still Michael Smith. But at the same time, I think when he's not included, it's relatively easy to defend as well, because you can point and say, well, he's not won anything, and this look at his world ranking, he's not in the top 12. It's almost justifiable and defensible from both angles. I think he was always going to be on the cusp. It was always going to be 50-50. And I do think that you can defend or argue either way. The Swiss are getting pumped today. They are not having these poor folks from Switzerland a particularly strong showing so far. We did get Roman Wellinger, a 5-4 winner, but we've seen an awful lot of Swiss players so far get pumped. So a quick check in Europe, see who's still winning. If anyone's beaten the award for the lowest average of the day. Oh, we've seen one. We've finally seen one start with a 4. Oh, 44. I'd have won that match. I'd have been able to win a match.
Well, I think Josh Rock will be all right. That spoiler alert. The same with when any player leaves a manufacturer, they have been practicing and developed their new equipment for some time. So I don't think it will be too much of an issue. Bob, I do know, but I'm not going to spoil it for Josh or the manufacturer.
Are you able to tell us, Phil, that are we expecting an imminent announcement? Like, are we expecting something relatively soon, or do we not know that even?
I would suggest it would be soon. Yes, I don't know the exact date, but I would suggest it would be soon.
I will be.
Go on, man.
Are we off? We're not off yet, are we?
No, we're not live yet.
You know what? There is no excuse for not going off on time. Like when you've got this many games to get through, you've got so many players, or to 300 players to get through. Like, get off on time for Christ's sake. We'll be here all week. I poor do that. Right, bear with me a minute before we actually get started. I've just got a quick job or two to do. Hold me a second.
No worries, lad. Loads now warming up in the UK. I'm just waiting for him to press the button. Well, there are some absolute belters in the UK. Games warming up. What catches my eye straight away? Devin Peterson, Cam Crabtree, Mark Dumbridge, Tommy Leishman.
Here we are. Wasn't too exciting. I've got a chili in the slow cooker, and I just thought it might need a stir.
I'll tell you what, that sounds like an. I do love this time of year. The old getting the old. I tell you what, we are live.
Hey, let's go.
Nothing better than slow cooked food this time of year.
Oh, mate, honestly, because I was off work this morning, I dropped the kids off at school, and I come back, and obviously I had a bit of time before starting this. So I started watching, because I still not got round to it. Christmas was dead busy. The Darts Kings documentary that Sky have put out. I watched the first sort of 40 minutes of that whilst sticking a chili con carne in the slow cooker. And I just thought I'd nip and give it a quick stir, making sure I'm stuck to the bottom while I was in here. Right, let's see. Who is going to take the first leg in Great Britain?
I know you love. I know you love to cook, Dan. In your chili, does it have some dark chocolate added towards the end?
Towards the end, it does. Yeah, I won't put it in the slow cooker, but yeah, towards the end, I use a little bit of dark chocolate in there. Yeah, a bit of a silky sauce. Nice little hack that. Bit of everything in my chili today. A lot of bits and bobs still in the freezer hanging around left over from Christmas. There's a mixture of mince and steak and the offcuts of a last bit of chorizo was kicking around in the fridge. There's a bit of all sorts in there today.
Fairs.
Do you know what? There are some big names, here in this first and early round. Devin Peterson takes the opening leg against Cam Crabtree. That's Cam Crabtree and Devin Peterson has got to be the pick of this round in terms of games. Still in that round of 512 in Europe. We've been going over an hour now, and we're not close to anyone having the first point of the day on the board. Still a lot of games to get through there. We are using 32 boards in Europe. I'm not sure. I haven't worked out yet how many we're using in Britain. I don't think it's 32, is it? And mind you, Devon's on board 28. That won't be too far from the car park.
Frank, which OD song? Because we've used different tunes for different shows.
Some of them are incredibly funky.
Yeah. The one that I'd still love to use for the live lounge, but look, we just can't afford the royalties, is All of the Lights for the live lounge. That would be the dream. We're in a position that we could literally just pay the royalties to Kanye West.
Yeah. Or, I mean, he doesn't need the money, does he? You would think that a man like that would be able to just gift us the use of that. You'd like to think so, anyway. Surely he doesn't need to earn off the likes of us.
If we're on Darts feedback more, can you turn the volume down? We can have a look at it, mate. The one you used yesterday for the intro and act. Yesterday on here or on the live lounge, mate? So this Devon Crabtree game is getting a little bit good, isn't it?
It certainly is. I think that they both know that they've got to perform, don't they? Speaking of performing, Niall Cullerton goes 2-0 up, averaging 107.
Let me refresh it. There we go. Just refreshed it for you. I haven't heard of any 9 darters yet.
Oh, there we go. Halil Khan Yildiz, Turkish player, 3-1 up at the moment. We've never had a Turkish tour card holder, have we?
No.
That would be a first. A lot of Italians in the field. Have you noticed? And granted, a few of them have a number 2.
Yeah, loving it.
But there is an awful lot of Italians in the field.
Yeah. Jensen Walker finds himself 2-0 behind. That's a little bit of a surprise.
Scott Mitchell 2-0 up, takes an early break. Oh, now Cullerton's absolutely flying. He's going to get 6 darts at top, 6 darts from 40 for a 3-0 lead, averaging 102. He only needs 1 dart to do it, so he keeps that 102 average, does Niall. With a 3-0 lead.
Kevin McDine, 3-0 to the good. That's how now Cullerton's playing really well at the moment. 3-0 up, averaging 102.5.
Playing some lovely stuff. Kyle Wilson 4-0 up now over Dylan Dowling, maintaining that 102 average as well. This is a superb start from Kyle Wilson. Really strong.
Yeah. How are you doing, Phil, in the chat? I hope you are good, mate. Mark Dubbridge levels it up with Tony Leishman. That one's 2 apiece. Mason Whitlock, who was disappointing yesterday. 2-1 up, averaging 93. How are we doing, Stephen? Hope you are good.
Oh, now Cullerton still playing superb stuff. Opens with a ton, then a 140. 117 after 12. He's really putting Stephen McNally to the sword. It's a great start to the day. Mark McGeaney goes 3-0 up. Owen Maiden 4-0 up. There's a few just running away early. Scott Mitchell gets his 3rd leg on the board as well. He is a player that will... I don't know. Do you think he's got another run in him, Phil?
Who's that, sorry?
As a tour card holder on the tour full-time, Scott Mitchell?
I'd like to think so, but I'm not convinced about his dart setup. And look, obviously, no player's ever going to say anything about the current manufacturer, but I don't think his darts have been the same since he left Winmore and went to Cosmo. I'm not sure he's got that set up right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. Obviously his game, his talent level, what he's done in the sport already. He's arguably one of the biggest names that that are there at this, certainly at this stage. Before we get to stage 2 later in the week, but he does just need to find that level because there are so many capable players. I mean, he's 3-0 up here, averaging just a scrape under 96, which is superb. But his opponent's averaging 86. So if he slips down into those mid-80s averages, then there are plenty of players playing capable of keeping pace with that and squeezing a result out. Liam Kitchen levels up with Mason Whitlock. We've got a Desmond now in that game on board 9. Kevin McDowell goes 4-0 up. Rusty Jake Rodriguez on board 28 in Europe has took a 4-1 lead. He's only averaging 76. So he's making the most of that 76 with a 4-1 lead. Rusty Jake will be one that quite a few might have picked to pick up a tour card through this process, but he's going to have to considerably lift his game beyond that if he is to do so.
Yeah, Mason Whitlock back in front. Also, Lee Budgeon 4-0 to the good. Niall Cullerton 1 away, 4-1 up. Is Luke the biggest player in the Premier League size-wise?
No, he's quite short. What an odd question.
Yeah.
What an unusual question. Marco Cantelli. He'll have 6 from 86 for a 5-0 Bagel. Marco, a player that we're quite familiar with seeing in PDC events. He's a regular pretty much every year these days in the World Cup for Finland. He's popped up at the World Championships. We've seen him at a couple of UK Opens as well a few years ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Marco's definitely a player with a bit of a game in him. Player that we would probably like to see a little bit more on in PDC events.
Anthony says, how does this sound? UK 12 cards, Euro 12 cards, Oceanic, Asia and Australia 4 cards, Western Hemisphere, North America 4 cards. I like that.
Yeah, it's tough to argue against, isn't it?
Yeah.
It sounds pretty reasonable, fair. Spreads it around nicely and helps grow the game everywhere. I can't get my head around how many games we've still got to play in Europe before we get to the second round. Honestly, I just thought, I literally looked in there, I thought, oh, well, we'll be nearly there soon, won't we? Like, we've been at it for an hour and however long. And I look and I'm like, oh, shit, no, we're miles away. Miles away from anybody winning a point in Europe today. Marco Cantelli does get that victory, 5-0 winner. Our first set of results coming through in the UK. I don't think we've got any shocks so far. Keenan Thomas, apologies. We've got another one. We've got another one. We've got another Barry Queen. We've got another Barry Keenan Thomas. He can probably think himself very unlucky, averaging a scrape under 93, but finding a way to lose that 5-1. That is pretty unlucky.
Yeah, I think Devon's missed a match start there as well.
That lead Scott Mitchell has just starting to slip away as his average falls off a little bit. Dean Finn Ford lifts his. He's got 2 on the spin back against Mitchell. Just raising that game and making that match a competitive one.
Yeah, Jensen Walker is a leg away from elimination for today as well.
And that's a shit. He's only got 1 point on the body. Picked a point up yesterday. His leg difference is 2-0. Oh, sorry, his leg difference is +2. So that's going to suffer as well. It is going to be a tough. It's going to be a tough old road from that point for Jensen if he doesn't pick a point up today.
Yeah, and I have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Do you think Bo can be one of the best dart players ever to play the sport, or just in the women's game? She is already arguably the best ever to pick up a dart. I say arguably because you've still got Trina, obviously, and everything like that. So she's women's certainly. Could she be one of the best of all time? Her ceiling is there, but we talk about range in darts. Her range is too big at the moment in terms of playing at that level. Would you agree, Dan?
Yeah. The simple answer is yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that. Sorry, one sec. My phone's playing some. My phone. Do you know? I've got a strange new system. Somebody else might have inherited it. That all of a sudden my phone started reading voicemails and as text messages to me. It can be quite stressful if you're not expecting it. Yeah, no, I think you're right, mate. I think. That's big from Cam Crabtree.
That will hurt, Devon. That will hurt. 150.
I mean, full respect to Cam Crabtree for that as well. It's he was right up against it. That is a big, and again, warning shots to everybody else. Cam Crabtree means business. He's already
also,
right up there. He's got 3. Go on, sorry, mate.
Thanks to Rob, has just sent me this. David Schlichting has posted on his X account. I have spoken to the officials, and apparently, when someone has a good reason (brackets like an illness), the rule will not be enforced. So, if you miss a day due to genuine illness, it looks as if you won't be punished.
Even if you're already secure, and it might run the risk of you losing your spot if you don't play the last day.
I'm guessing that's down to officials to interpretate.
Yeah. Be interesting that to see if that situation arises. There's someone trying to I don't know how someone trying to express how ill you are and how real it is.
Yeah. Someone that had a disappointing day yesterday, considering the talent he has, was Scott Taylor. So let's put him on his feature game today to see how he gets on. Oh, I tell you what, Dart Connect is having a little wobble, I think.
No, I keep it refreshing. Mine's not looking too bad. I think I do keep refreshing it fairly regularly, though. So I think that's maybe what's keeping on top of it. Jano Bottenberg, a player we're all familiar with, 3-1 up in Europe. You will just see over the course of today that some of that class and some of that just difference in levels. You know, anyone can have a bit of a one-day run. It's difficult to put 2 or 3 of those days together, and we will just start to see as we get into the matches where players are picking up points, that order of merit just start to settle itself a little bit to where we would expect some of those players to be sitting. Don't forget, folks, nobody's winning a tour card today. We are just playing for the right to come back at the end of the week when it all matters.
There we go.
The Australians will be pleased. We've had 2 Australians winning so far. Just James Bailey and Mason Whitlock, both representing Australia, have won. Australia with a 100% record today so far in Milton Keynes.
Ryan, that would be down to the tournament director's discretion, I would suggest.
Nathan Gervin goes 1-0 up. Is Nathan a player, Phil, that you think we haven't quite seen what was he hasn't quite lived up to his potential yet, and there's more to come from him, do you feel?
No, I agree that there's levels in him. Have we seen them enough? No, I don't think so.
I agree. Tom Sykes, a recent guest of ours, underway in the UK against Neil Parry. That'll be a good game.
Yeah, we won't see Bo until Thursday in stage 2. Let me have a look for you. How did Calvin Keith do? I'm ready to go. I was going around in my head now. We started singing that earlier.
It's because we're desperate to see Pitbull sing it live. We want to see him singing people out onto the stage. Although I think it would only be fair if Pitbull was booked for a Premier League event. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if he just brought Luke Littler out. So Pitbull should have to sing everybody's entrance music. Because he should have to do Ice Ice Baby as well, bringing Price out. We should have him doing I Predict the Riot. We should have all 8 entrances. Should be Pitbull. Including Let's Get Ready to Rumble.
Someone asked me how Calvin O'Keefe. I can't find him. Again, Darknet is struggling now.
There's an awful lot of matches getting dragged through that server at the same time, isn't there? We're still doing 32 concurrent boards in Europe with lots of games warming up and a hell of a lot of results in the bank. Not quite as busy in the UK as we're in that round of 2, 5, 6, but everything well underway. John Brown levels up against Nathan Gervin. Both play, and as I say that, Gervin takes an extra leg, so he's 2-1 up there. Michael Flynn 3-0 up on Scott Taylor. We saw Stu Wilson just take a break of throat again. That is against what he's got to do something. That averages of 36. I thought Billy was at school. It seems he's snuck his way into Q-School. under an assumed name.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Scott Taylor is in a world of trouble here. 3-0 down, averaging 68.
That is not where you want to be. Tom Sykes going 2-0 up, averaging 91. That's a good start for Tom. Scott Mitchell is right up against it. Scott Mitchell was 3-0 up, Phil. He's now 4-3 behind, facing match darts. Dean Finford takes them with Scott Mitchell waiting for 40, but he's won 5 on the spin, Dean Finford, to get rid of Scott Mitchell. He started superb, Scott, there, and fell off a cliff.
And this goes back to, I'm not convinced the darts are right.
Well, the last 5 legs weren't right in that game because he didn't manage to get any of them on the board after winning the opening 3. And that's the confusing bit. After winning the opening 3, averaging 96, 97, to then just slip away completely it's not a good sign.
No.
Not a good sign at all.
KJ, if that's a different Scott Taylor, it should have like the old school one. Remember when we had 2 Martin Atkinsons and we had brackets Wigan? There should be a way of deciphering.
Brackets Wigan, what a guy. I used to love that. That's class. Bring him back. Nathan Gervin lifted his game slightly. He's up that average. He takes a breaker throw. He's 3-1 up now on John Brown.
I miss the brackets Wigan days.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Sykes now 3-0 up as Ash Coleman levels up that game. He is underwhelming with Kevin Garcia, both averaging just around the 70 mark on board 23. Stu Wilson 3-0 up now. Benjamin Allen has managed to lift his average up to 40. Me.
How are you doing, Joe? Hope you are good. Reece Colley levels up with Darren Armstrong. That one's 3 apiece. Justin Hood, 1-0 up. Carl Sneed, 3-0 to the good. Where is the one I'm looking for? There it is. Tom Sykes, 3-0 up. Look, Tom had his chances yesterday. Couldn't buy a double. Scored really well. But ultimately lost out because his doubling let him down. How are we doing, Jack? No, I'm sat behind here for the next 6 days, mate, doing all of Q-School here. Phil Weather Rumour, you had a 9 dart. No, the best I ever did was an 11.
Oh, that's amazing.
When I could play, the best I did was an 11.
15 is my record. And I was very pleased with it. And continue to be.
No, Ryan, you're not imagining it. There was a time, I think the last one was 2014, where the 4 BDO semi-finalists were offered tour cards. I haven't seen a 9-darter this year at Q-School yet.
I've not heard reports of one.
My best average was a Super League game, and it was 92 something. I used to run around a between 75 and 76 average at Super League when I could play.
Tom Sykes really got his foot on the floor now. 4-0 ahead. He is. Kevin Lane takes a 3-0 lead. There's a few just extending these leads in the UK. We are still playing that qualifying round in the UK as well, though. James Richardson in that goes 3-1 up on Terry Redhead.
So this is the difference, that we're already deep into the 256 in the UK, yet there's still hundreds of 5-12 games warming up in the EU.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? The sheer volume of that EU tournament is mad.
They should be starting at 10, not 11.
Lots of coloured flags all blending in together. Ryan Palmer takes a win with Tom Bourne 5-2 there. Every 81.5 average, solid performance, very solid. James Richardson again solid 4-1 up. He extends his lead. Nathan Gervin just keeping John Brown at bay. Remains that breaker throw ahead, 4-2 up. Nathan is.
We haven't got the dates for the Worlds next year yet, mate. They normally come out around May, June time. Should seniors get tour cards? Not for me. Yes, Anthony, used to love a little bit of Super League on a Friday.
No, yeah, I don't think the seniors should be granted tour cards. I don't think it's the same thing.
By the way, I know I keep on it, but our mission is to get Anthony to Blackpool this year.
Oh, imagine! I'll take him to Trilogy.
He did Ali Pally last year. It was incredible. But look, we said we got to get Anthony to Blackpool.
Yes, that would be superb. We've got some solid representation this year. I'm looking forward to Blackpool very, very much. Ash Coleman is in trouble, and he's in trouble averaging 63. Not many people would have predicted that level of performance from him, I wouldn't have thought. Conan Whitehead goes 2-0 up. That is a qualifying round. That's a 5-12 against Taylor Greaves. But Conan's averaging just shy of 97. So that is a big performance so far from Conan there. Justin Hood 2-all with Joe Hunt in a thrilling game. Both averaging in the 90s. 3-2. Justin's just moved ahead as Johnny Barnes 5-1 victory over Michael Warren. Ash Coleman gets a lead. He's 3-2 up now, but still only averaging 65. That is way off the pace that he will need to find today.
Yeah, and hashtag AE at Blackpool. Yes, Anthony, we'll get you there. What are the dates for Blackpool this year? Blackpool is a week later this year, which I know Dan Simpson is over the moon about.
I am indescribably happy because it's the first week of the summer holidays, which means I'm there for the whole week.
It is the 19th to the 27th.
Bosh. What is happening? I'm just having a little check-in over in Europe. It's got a bit exciting now and I know we all, just because of where we are located geographically, we're all a bit more familiar with a lot of these players in the UK. But I'm just trying to keep up with what's happening in Europe to establish if anything strange is going on. We've got another Turkish player on at the moment. Fethi Kaya, we'll go with 3-1. In the lead. I still think it would be a bit rogue if we could get a Turkish tour card holder. Turkey, not a country that we end up engaging with too much in terms of darts. It would be interesting though. But finally, thank Christ, we are underway in 2 games in Europe in that round of 2, 5, 6. But I think that still means we're still not playing for. We are playing for points in 2, 5, 6, aren't we? You get a point if you make it to the 1, 2, 8. Is that right, Phil? In Europe?
Yeah. If you win your 1-2-8 game, you get points.
To win your... so we're still not playing for points in Europe, even at this stage. Well, that's naff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mike Warburton goes 3-2 up on Stephen Moss. As Derek McLean wins 5-3. Hayden Robbie. Still a few games in that round of 5-12 going on. What have we got warming up in Britain? Connor Heenahan warming up. Kevin Burness. A few names that we expect. And Ted Everts as well. Former tour card holder.
Mike Warburton is winning, not playing particularly well. Ashley Coleman has just won, but he will need to up that average. 72 in the end for him. Warming up, no particularly big names warming up right now. Conan Whitehead is 3-1 to the good. As well, notice that Bhav Patel is now playing under a England flag on Dart Connect, not the Indian flag.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier on that he is playing under that English flag. It's a complicated system, isn't it? Like it unnecessarily complicated, I fear.
Yeah.
I've seen people making rules for the bloody sake of it. David Evans underway as well, former tour card holder. Jamie Owens, local lad, plays in the same Sunday evening league as I do. 1-0 down to Ben Adams. Right, I'm just going to run to the gents. I'll be back in a moment.
No worries. Max, Paul Burnham won his first game 5-1. Have a look, 2 seconds. Doesn't look like Dave Pallett's playing today. Brooks, going so. Calvin O'Keefe beat Nathan Potter 5-3 on board 14. So board 14, he will play the winner of Kevin Lowe and McDyer. Steve West warming up at the moment. Just checked on Dark Connect. Not sure to say. He definitely played yesterday.
I'm still around. I was just making a brew while I was up. I'll run off in another couple of minutes and put some milk in it. I had a hankering for a cup of tea.
So I'm not a tea drinker.
Not hot drinks. See, I'm coffee up till 12 o'clock. And once the clock ticks over 12 o'clock, I'm on cups of tea normally. Mike Warburton 5-2 win. Moves through to the next round of today's competition.
Laura says, I think John said he wasn't playing today because I then told him he thought. It's interesting. I thought the example, the rules were only for stage 2, but I'm confused.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where the application of that was, if it counted for the whole event or not. Bhav Patel 2-0 in the lead.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Gary
interesting. Sky's documentary that was on over the course of the world, Bav was quite well featured. I thought he came across really well. I thought it was one of the more interesting pieces. We get to see a lot of players at the top, right at the top end of the game. You know, we get to see them interviewed. We get, cameras following them around and things like that. I thought some of those insights on there were genuinely interesting. It was a really good feature to get a bit of insight onto Bav's sort of life outside of darts and what goes into 100%.
It. No, I thought it was really good. Conor Hinahan is struggling 2-0 behind. He played well yesterday, but not so much today. Look, with the greatest of respects, David Carr is 2-0 up, averaging 79. I would expect Conor to beat that. Robin in the chat room says, is 3 points and a good leg difference enough? That is the projected cutoff. Yes, 3 points and a good leg difference will get you through is the projected.
I think so. David Evans, again, a bit like Conor Heenan, having a real hard time of it. He's 2-0 down against Rob Holroyd. Rob's only averaging 65. David Evans, 59 average, 2-0 down. He's going to need to lift that. And he'd lift it quick. David's a player that, we know he has the pedigree to have a tour card and play on the tour, doesn't he? It's just, it seems to be evading him a little bit at the minute.
And I'm not even sorry. Once this game goes live, we will be putting Fallon as feature.
Conan Whitehead, again, it's 95. Solid performance there. Really good win. Taylor Greaves didn't do a great deal wrong in that match. He was just outplayed with a superb performance from Conan Whitehead.
Do you think one day the World Cup of Darts will be played in England? No, I don't. I think it's...
Why would it?
It's only in Germany.
There is enough opportunities. If you live in England to see darts, there is more than enough opportunities. We don't need another tournament. We just don't. Not to take it away from another crowd.
Yeah. Kai Fan Young is warming up at the moment. Oh, I'll tell you what. I think the UK has finished its 5-12 games.
Yeah, there was only a handful of them, mate. There wasn't many of them at all. I think we're now pretty much in. I think with that Harry Lane victory over, yeah, you're right. We're done. We are done. That opening round.
Ooh.
Ted Everett's 3-0 up, averaging just shy of 100. It's a great start from Ted. Again, a player that has impressed early in his career. Didn't really make the most of that tour card. He's looking for another one back. Jim McEwen, player that we used to seeing on the seniors tour in recent years, 2-1 up. Jamie Owens, 4-1 up. Right, I'm going to put milk in my brew.
There's that one. Thomas Banks getting underway as well. Kai-Fan Young underway. Gary Blades is 3-1 to the good. Keith O'Neill 1-0 up. I'm sure Horvath played yesterday.
Shouldn't have given the butler the afternoon off. Making my own brews. Outrageous. It's a scandal.
Scandal. Fallon takes the opener. It was a bit scrappy, but Queen of the Palace does take that.
We're up to 32 boards, I think, or 30 boards at least in the UK as well, which though, now that we're into that 2-5-6, we should see the pace move, or we should be moving through this competition fairly quickly today now. David Evans lifts his form a little bit. He's leveled that up 2-2. We're now seeing in the UK points going on the board. We're seeing that leaderboard start to shuffle a little bit. That point for Tom Sykes has lifted him up into the green. He's now 30th in that order of merit on 2 points. Like Phil said, we think that 3 and a good leg difference will be enough. At this stage, all these players are trying to do is book themselves a spot to be allowed to come back later in the week.
100%. Better leg here from Fallon on throw. You know, I'd like to see Fallon get through to stage 2 to give it a good crack. I remember, was it not? Might have been last year, the year before, where she narrowly missed out.
It was literally, was it a leg? Or I think it was literally 1 leg away, wasn't it? On leg difference or 2 legs.
Something like that.
I know it was really tight. It's mad, isn't it? That in Europe, we're 2 hours in now. We've been playing in Europe, and we're still warming up round one games after 2 hours. Whereas in Britain, people are actually winning points. Another Teessider warming up. Carl Coleman is warming up. We are well represented in Teesside. Q-School, Carl Coleman there, Jamie Durrant's there, Jamie Owens is there. We've got some good chances. Jim McEwen 3-1 up now. Moving nicely through that game. Kai Fan Lung averaging 103.5. 2-0 up on Charlie Simons.
Conor Heenan has upped his game, but still trails 3-2.
Jamie McKinnon 5-2 victory. Point on the board, moves through the next round. Kai Fan Lung 3-0 up now, still averaging that 100. A great opening performance from Kai Fan Lung this morning, or this afternoon as it is now.
What is Q-School? Q-School is to get your place on the professional tour, held every year.
3-0 Fallon Sherrick. Looking to make short work of this opening match, Fallon. Bav Patel, 4-1 up. A great opening performance from Bav. David Evans keeping that game tight at 3-all as well. Conor Heenan down to 103 with David Carr. 3 trebleless visits on the bounce, 4 trebleless visits on the bounce, all the way back on 333. So Conor Heenan at least a bare minimum of 6 starts from 103 to level this game up. He gets down to 48. Heenan just played his way back into this one, it looks like.
100%.
4-0 Fallon.
This will do her confidence the world of good as well.
Well, it's not. She's not winning 4-0 against someone who's chucking a stinker either. If we're honest, she's getting a decent level of darts thrown back at her. Sean McKeown averaging just 80, 83, barring a couple of points. But it's a solid, upper 80s, good performance from Fallon. She's hitting scores and getting rid of doubles. Thomas Banks levels up. Desmond there, 2-2 against Tom Riding. Alan Norris, 4-2 up. Sean Taylor. Jim McEwen goes 1 away. He's 4-1 up now. And Conor Heenan does get that leg to level that match up on David Carr. Conor Heenan, the better player as it stands. Kai Fan Lung comes back with 3 darts for tops for a 4-0 victory. It's a really impressive opening performance from Kai Fan Lung.
He's playing well.
Opportunity here for Sean McKeown. He's got 6 from 86. He's lefty-handy as well. He's going to come back for double 4 with Fallon all the way back on 198. This is not a must-win leg for Fallon. It's against the darts, and she's 4-0 up, 1 away anyway. If Sean takes this out, Fallon will then throw for the match, which she will do now. John Part warming up on board number 1, former world champion.
Go on, JP.
It's always nice to see a world champion at Q-School. More Teesside representation as well. I'm loving how many Teesside lads we got into that. Colin Osborne underway on board 25 against Jack Worsley. No longer resident in Teesside, Colin, but he is a Middlesbrough lad through and through. It's a 5-2 victory for Bhav Patel.
David Cameron, I'm not talking about the old PM, 4-0 to the good.
Where is he? I've missed him completely.
He's in Europe. That's why.
That's why I've missed him. That's why I've missed him. I didn't notice him there. Damien Moore, 5-0 victory, averaging 101. That's a massive victory for Damien.
David Evans has crashed out, only averaging 65 for stretch.
He levelled that up as well. He levelled that up at 3-0. Looked like he was coming back into that game, and then it's just fallen away again. Kai Fan Lung, 5-0 victory. Solid, or really solid opening to the day, that.
Bob, Dart Connect's okay today. It's had a few wobbles, but it's been okay-ish. Fallon has missed
Match darts,
4 match darts, but she is going to get more. Look, the average will come down after this, but if she sees it out, it's been a good performance, and Fallon does see it out. Look, that last leg masks the average, but overall, she played very well there.
Yeah, it was a very good performance. The first 9 average over 87. So it's the overall average comes down a little bit because of those doubles, but she was scoring well in the scoring phase of the game. Like I say, the important thing, what all these guys are trying to do this week, they're not. I mean, yes, it's nice to get all the way through, and you don't have to come back again tomorrow. It's just about securing a spot at the back end. Nobody's actually winning anything today. Nice to play well and build up your confidence and know where your game is at. But at the minute, it is just a case of.
I tell you what, I don't want John Park saying he's got no respect from the wall from us. So we're going to put JP as feature game.
Well, We can't have a former world champion playing and not feature him, can we? That would be incredibly disrespectful.
Yeah, no.
I mean, he's up against it if Adam Beck. He's up against it if Adam Beck carries on like that. Thomas Banks goes one away, 4-3 up now on Tom Riding. This is not. It's not an easy one, this, for Thomas Banks, but he's just edging out his opponent. He's doing enough at the minute.
Right.
Another player doing enough. Go on.
Have we got anyone warming up in Europe that we can? Well, there's. I tell you what. That's what. Ironically, it looks like it's the last game of the 5-12. But should we go for a big rig, Ben Robb?
Big Ben Robb, yes. Let's have a bit of that. Sorry, I'm shoving cheese while I'm there. Mrs. S has been incredibly busy over the weekend and has been baking. So, me being off work today, I'm able to make a bit of a pig of myself with cheese and bacon scones, no less. These aren't just normal cheese scones. These are cheese and bacon scones that I'm shoveling into my face.
I tell you, the old PDC photographer Lawrence, his wife was an incredible baker as well, and he hasn't worked for the PDC for a couple of years now, unfortunately. But every Ali Pally, he used to bring in trays and trays of homemade mince pies, and they were effing incredible.
What a woman! What a woman! That's what we like. Oh, what an effort that is! Superb stuff.
How are we doing, Northumberland? No real big stories yet today. It's just kind of going along, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any big stories. I don't think we've seen a big name defeat. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because they're all here for a reason. So certainly at this stage as well, we aren't seeing the guys that have dropped off the tour this year. Maybe if some of them have been turned over by players who we're not familiar with, then it's a bit shocking. But it's just sort of been happening so far. Yeah, I'm not convinced that Connect's picking everything up in Europe at the minute. There's a few games just getting underway. It's looking pretty good still in the UK. Aaron Beanie, former tour card holder, came through Q-School a few years ago. Didn't make the most of that opportunity, but is looking to get back on to the tour. And Richie Burnett is underway as well on board 20 against Michael Kelly. You find me a man that doesn't want to see Richie Burnett back on tour, and I will show you someone who isn't a darts fan.
Big rig is underway, so let's get that one up. Yeah, a bit of big rig action.
Kyle Richardson, 5-1 victory, 85 average there. Solid opener for Kyle. That's all it's about at the minute, just being solid enough to get through these games and pick some points up. Make sure you're here at the end of the week. Colin Osborne gets a break. He's 2-0 up. Andy Hamilton gets the first one on the board. 107 average there. Very big opening leg from him. That connect had a little freeze again on me. Not sure if everyone else is suffering the same, but I think we managed to sort that out with a reset.
No, sorry, I was just doing something on my phone. I'm all good here. All good here. Joe Croft had a good day yesterday, but trails 1-0 at the moment. Did Conor Heenahan complete the comeback?
Yes, 153.
Yeah.
Won the last two on the spin. Robert Thornton, 1-1 against Kieran Evans. We got some legends of the game currently playing. We've got what a lineup this is. Currently underway in the UK. We've got Robert Thornton. We've got who else is on? John Part, Richie Burnett. Legends to a man. All trying to get a tour card. Four-0 up, Colin Osborne. Playing some great stuff today.
Yeah, definitely.
We've still got loads of games to do in Europe, you know. Like loads.
To be fair, Ron, I get the fascination with the automatic scoring system, but I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I like having a marker there with a pen and a bit of paper.
Agreed. I also think it's incredibly important for the earlier stages of the game. Like when I see kids playing in schools and things like that, like I would happily ban scoring apps and everything from schools because people just don't learn. They don't learn to score games. They don't learn to count because they don't have to. They just hit buttons on a tablet and hit buttons on a machine. I understand that on a Pro Tour event or something like that, efficiency and monitoring it and tracking stats and everything else, it makes far more sense to use it. But for younger people playing the game, a pen and a board, I think, is the only way to properly learn how to count.
100%. 100%.
David Sharp, 5-1 win over Timothy Jones. John Worsley warming up. Jamie Durrant, 4-2 in the lead. Looking to continue the Durrant name in the PDC rankings.
John Park has a leg on the board, but still has a long way back. Ron, I think there's a difference between learning maths I've gone all American, maths in school to maths on a dartboard. I think it's two very different things, but both have a united circle. Do you know what I mean? I know you work in education, Dan. I think that they're both needed, but they're completely different. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, 100, completely different. I know people who are exceptionally good at maths. In fact, I've played darts with maths teachers who can't quite get their head around darts maths, let's call it, because let's be honest, a lot of darts maths isn't maths. It's not maths, is it? It's pattern recognition. And it's knowing that something
Correct.
leads to something else and leads to something else. And it's having that knowledge. And that knowledge isn't developed in an app. You just don't. I've seen too many people that just have relied on apps for too long. And then they start to, they're in a situation where they're playing without an electronic scoring system and they haven't got a clue. Yes, if you're good at maths, you can work it out. Can you work it out quick enough, you know, between throws? Some people can. I just don't think there is any way to replace learning to play darts and scoring darts with a board and a pen or a piece of chalk or whatever you choose to, you know, write it with. If you want to really understand the sport, it's the only way to learn it, I think.
And John Part is out. No Darth Maple going forward.
Part departs. We've got a brackets. We've got a brackets city and/or town warming up. Luke Smith brackets Chester. We love a bracket.
All about the brackets.
Luke Smith brackets Chester. Let's see what he can do today. Forward on behalf of Chester's a city, isn't it? Is it a city?
Yeah, Chester's a city. If it's not, it should be.
Yeah, I agree. Good shopping.
Used to be a good night out as well. Don't know if it still is.
I've never been for. I don't think I've ever been for a night out. We spend quite a lot of time in Southport, as you know, and it's not a bad drive down there for the day out shopping. Excuse me. Arguably the Italians' strongest hope, Massimo Dante, warming up. I say warming up. I think he's just got underway in the top 256 against Donny Shearwater. It would be great to see another Italian pick up a tour card. Keelan K won away 4-3 up on Tom Parody and Kyle Coleman 3-2 ahead. That is a really tight match with Danny Goddard. He's in there. Jim Walker 4-0 up. Andrew Sanderson. A few of these games just coming towards the back end. As Mason Whitlock loses the first. Dean Gallagher 1-0 up in his match there.
Bagel for Big Rig. 5-0.
Very comfortable, that.
It didn't have a lot to beat in a 47 average.
No, but you've still got to turn up and win, haven't you? Where's he gone on there? Robert Thornton just behind, 4-3 behind to Kieran Evans. Richie Burnett looking very solid. They get 4-0 up on Michael Kelly. Richie Burnett already dragged himself yesterday up towards the top end of that order of merit.
Should we go for a bit
2
of Massimo Dante's feature? Because he's got an amazing moustache.
Oh, Giuseppe Rizzo. We've got another Italian winner today. Gets over the line in the round of 5-1-2. The Italian hopes remain alive today. We've seen quite a few of the Italians beat. We've seen a lot of Italians play today. But I think we've seen 4 of them make it through that opening round. Probably another 6 or 7 going out in that first round.
I hope Jared gets his tour card this year. He played really well when he stepped in to play on the Pro Tour. I think Jared's one of those players, a bit like Darryl Pilgrim, that getting the card is the issue, but once you've got it, you'll be all right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100% agree with that. Aaron Beanie goes 3-2 ahead.
Tom Lonsdale underway, another one to keep an eye on. Juanita, thank you very much. And as Juanita says, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. We've hit our 40k goal. The next one is, we going 45 or 50 the next goal?
It seems wasteful going for anything other than a round number, doesn't it? You've got to be 50 surely. 50 is the next target.
There is Tom Lonsdale representing the West Country. He doesn't live too far away from me. About an hour-ish.
Massimo Dante is down already 2-0. I would love to see that moustache on tour.
Excuse me.
Alex Floor. Alex Floor, 2-0 up. I said Alex Floor, 2-0 up. I think we don't often see Luxembourg represented, do we, in high-level darts? A bit more of Luxembourg would be good fun. Nice place. If you've got 45 minutes, you can drive all the way across it. Jose Justicia underway, another player that we've seen come through Q-School, I believe, before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Crikey, I'm getting... So what's happening on my Dart Connect now is I'm getting nothing for about 2 or 3 minutes. I press refresh and every single result changes it at once. I'm trying to work out which way they've gone and who's getting closer. But basically, I think we're better concentrate at the top end. Robert Thornton has levelled up with Kieran Evans and forced a noble. We haven't seen too much of this today. Robert Thornton, I think, has maybe missed a match start there. Kieran Evans on 76, but can't take it. So Robert Thornton will get 3 match starts. He's going to start on 88 for 16. And will the Thorn keep the dream alive? He does. It takes him 3 darts to get rid of 16, but Robert Thornton is a 5-4 winner over Kieran Evans. And Robert Thornton and Carl Coleman as well wins a few results there, all just coming in the same time in the UK. Bloody thing won't refresh itself, not doing it automatically. We are still warming up first round games. in Europe. That is utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, Tom Lonsdale, 3 to the good. Right, where should we go next? Mason Whitlock in a world of trouble.
Especially after not a great day yesterday as well. He remains pointless. And 3-1 down, averaging just 77. John Worsley goes 4-0 up. A very capable player. It's John. Niall Cullerton just getting underway against Lewis Bell. Niall had a superb opening game. Absolutely marvellous stuff.
Well, Lewandowski won his first game today. Nice.
Oh, we love a multi-sport athlete. Massimo Dante levelling up, was 2-0 down to Donny Shearwater. It's 2-2 now. We have a Desmond. Oh!
Now Cullerton back underway. Go on, mate.
Well, the former great Chamberlain and Governor of the Isle of Wight's underway. I hadn't realised. I hadn't realised that Thomas Cromwell had got started.
What else have we got? James Bailey 1-0 up on Stephen Taylor.
There is so much going on. I tell you what, it's going to be an important 20 minutes for Ireland because we've got Dean Gallagher and Niall Cullerton underway, and warming up, we've got Dean Finford, Michael Flynn, and friend of the show, John O'Shea as well. We're about to have 5 Irishmen underway all at the same time. Dean Gallagher takes a 4-1 lead on Mason Whitlock. It bodes well for the rest of the Irish because he is flying currently. Big 20 minutes for Ireland, this.
Yeah, 100%. How we doing, Antoinette? I hope you are good. Hope everyone is good in the chat room, as always. Again, if you're bored this evening, the live lounge is available to listen back to on YouTube or audio only. I thoroughly enjoyed the show last night. Ryan O'Connor has levelled it up 4-4 in his game. That's going to a last leg decider. Jacob Gwynn takes the over against Chris Hurds. First game in the 1-2-8 is underway. Michael Flynn against Gary Blades. Happy New Year to you as well. I don't think Mason Whitlock has earned any points, David. No, I think he had a poor day yesterday and
Correct.
doing that much better today.
No, he's out. Dean Gallagher, 5-1 victory. So Mason Whitlock will be on 0 points after 2 days. Not a good start at all. Not what many expected. We've seen some good stuff to him. He's a promising young player, but he's 100%. Not managing to find his groove this week at all. We're underway in the 128 in the UK. How about that?
How about that?
How about that? Tell you what, he's taken the lead. The man who brokered the marriage between Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn is a 2-1 leader as it stands. Thomas Cromwell beating Carl Williams. Lord of the Manor of Romney.
Yes, this EU needs to start a lot earlier.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Francesco Marcone 1-0 up on Stefan Scheffler. I know we're paying a lot of attention to the Italians at the minute. I think it's primarily because me and Phil would both really like to see an event in Italy. We'd like to go to Italy and watch darts. It's not the more Italian tour car holders we get, the more likely we are to have a World Series and/or anything else in Italy. More events in Italy, please.
And the food is incredible in Italy. As Tom Lonsdale wins 5-2. Ryan Finesse is a 5-1 winner as well. Jared Cole in a world of trouble, but probably already has enough points on the board.
Yeah, you would think so. He looks to be safe, certainly for the back end. He's on 4 points, plus 10 leg difference. Obviously, that leg difference can change, but the 4 points can't. He can't lose any of those.
Exactly that. In terms of the Swiss Euro Tour, when you say it's expensive, do you mean the ticket prices, hotels, or whatever? Let us know. Anthony, I did watch Raw last night. I was all night. I was telling myself, don't stay up. Watch it in the morning. Don't stay up. Watch it in the morning. Guess what?
We could have predicted that.
It was incredible. I love the fact that we had like live interviews. It was just insane. And Rhea bloody Ripley is champion again.
Oh, Tom Sykes against Jamie Owens. That is a game underway in the top 128. Now, both of those players, I mean, Jamie Owens should be safe. He's on 4 points at the minute, plus 12 leg difference. Jamie looks like he's a shoe-in for the back end of this competition. Tom Sykes, however, on the other hand, is only on 2 points at present with a plus 9 leg difference that can go down over the next couple of days. So you could say that Tom probably needs this a lot more than Jamie does at this stage in proceedings.
How we doing? Emma says points for Q-School. Yes, so because obviously it's a bit of a mess, points start getting allocated from the 128. So if you win your 128 game, you'll get 1 point. If you win your 256 game, you'll get 2 points, and so on. I hope that helps. Rudy, thank you very much, mate. Flight Tony 80, that's all right, it's not too bad. And yes, Massimo Dante is one away.
Well, the trick to flying to Switzerland cheaply is not flying to Switzerland, it's flying somewhere else and then travelling in.
Yeah.
Flying to Germany. Probably cheaper.
No. But Fallon doesn't have a point yet, Emma. She won her, I think it was 2-5-6 game. So if she wins her next game, she'll get a point.
Switzerland, though, is a very expensive country just to be in. You ever try filling a car up full of fuel or something in Switzerland, you'll find it's, generally it's an expensive place.
I was chatting to Neil Duff about this because that's where he resides now, and he said it's expensive.
Yeah, it's a very affluent country, and you have to be there to enjoy life there. It's stunning. It's gorgeous.
If I was travelling to Switzerland, I'd be flying to either Stuttgart, Milan, or Lyon, or Turin, and getting the train in.
Yeah, you get that would be what I would recommend. Or if you're adventurous, flying somewhere else and then just drive. Because if you come in through the top, if you come in through some of the Alpine passes and things like that, then it's a tremendous drive.
Oh, Fallon has a point on darts rank, does she? Interesting. Oh, my apologies.
Because in Britain today, they're picking up.
No, so yeah, they are picking up points from the 2-5-6 in Britain today, by the look of it.
Is that if you come through the qualifying round? I can't work this shit out.
I can't, because yesterday it definitely had only. When I looked at it yesterday, it was only points from the 1-2-8 yesterday.
Michael Flynn.
Ron, the same as you. Yesterday, it was definitely only 1-2-8 winners.
Good start for Michael Flynn. 3-1 up on Gary Blades. Oh, a tough game. There's some really tough games being handed out in the minute. These draws haven't been generous. Tom Sykes levels up with Jamie Owens. Good standard of darts being thrown in that one. John O'Shea's in trouble. He's 3-0 down to Carl Wilson. 10-point difference in the averages. John is going to need to find something. He's going to need to find something very, very quickly.
Well, unless they've changed it then, Sam, because yesterday, before play started, we looked at it all when everyone was on naught, and dart ranking definitely only had it as points allocated from the 1-2-8. So did that change, or did darts rankings get it wrong? Because we were looking at it before play started. By the way, I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. I'm just saying that when we looked at it before play started, darts rankings only had people getting a point from the 1-2-8 onwards. Kevin Beness takes the opener in Europe. Danny out of Kalkar is 3-1 up.
How are we still playing the first round 4 hours later? How is this happening?
What's going on here?
This has to be the end of it, though, doesn't it? This must be the end. Let me have a quick look, scan through. Who's still on that round? Oh, no, there's more. There is more. All right, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Anyone fancy a Chinese, Big John? Always. Well, speaking of which, Dan, what is your Chinese order of choice?
Oh, without wanting to sound like Smithy, I like to. Do you know what? I like to mix it up. I'm not someone that generally sticks to the same thing all the time. I have relatively broad taste, and I do quite like to eat a bit different Chinese all the time. There's always some crispy chili beef in there somewhere. But I do like to vary up. I like a house special satay. Very much. I enjoy a house special satay. I generally go house special when I go stuff because I like a bit of everything. I want some prawns. I want some pork. I want some char siu pork. I want some chicken. I want some beef. So yeah, I'll tend to bounce around with 3 or 4. I like a house special fried rice, some noodles, bit of everything. This is the problem. I'm a glutton. I like to eat all of it.
Love house special fried rice, salt and chili chicken, salt and chili prawns, beef and black bean sauce. Ooh.
It's a good order, that. It's a good order. I had a really weird one.
Go on, mate.
I had a really weird one over Christmas where we were away. We were in Southport. We were on some friend's house. So we ordered the Chinese, but it wasn't like my standard where someone just ordered, all sorts of bits and bobs. We all hoid some money in. And there was a big, it was a house special salt and pepper. So it's salt and pepper chicken, salt and pepper prawns, etc. Put something slightly unrecognisable into me gob. And it turns out, because it was a Chinese chippy that they'd ordered it from, it was like a ball of chip sausage that had been salt and peppered. Wouldn't recommend it. Wasn't great.
Interesting.
A very niche taste. Certainly wasn't to mine. Gary Blades gets one back against Michael Flynn. 3-2 to Michael Flynn there. If that's connected, is to be believed. Tom Sykes 3-2 ahead on Jamie Owens. Jamie Owens, as we said, one of the players that we think is already in the back stages of this tournament. Tom Sykes will need at least one more point, and he looks to be on the way to one. Averaging 95. He's played great today, Tom. Kieran Tian takes a break over Jack Vincent. 2-0 up there. The Irish are playing some great stuff at the minute. John O'Shea takes 2 legs on the bounce to get himself back into this game with Carl Wilson. The Joker was 3-0 behind, and he is playing his way back into this one. He's now levelled up at 3-all. The Joker is not done yet.
He did this yesterday, John. He's got to stop giving people head starts. He was 3-0 down, got it back to 3-all, then 4-all. He missed a couple of match starts. Emma, don't worry about it. It's confused us. So on darts rankings, Fallon has got a point. If she wins her next game, she'll be on 2. If she wins her next 2 games, she'll be on 3 points and pretty much be in the final stages. 3 points and +5 leg difference is the projected cut-off. Ray Niall Cullerton is playing fabulously well at the moment.
Certainly is. He's playing some great stuff.
I haven't seen Gary Stone at Q-School. Oh, Fallon is on board 5 right now, but we won't do Tom Sykes a disservice because we like Tom.
John, what a leg!
What's he done there?
John O'Shea takes a break of throw with some monstrous visits. Takes out down to 81 after 9. Takes the 81 out. He's 4-3 ahead now. Throwing for the match. Opens with a ton. That was some leg from the Joker. Can he rattle off 5 on the spin after being 3-0 down? He's properly dug in here, John. If he gets through this game, you've got to think that'll do an awful lot for his confidence, because he was a mile away in this match and looked like he was done. And now he's throwing for it.
Really, final stage starts on Thursday. And I believe they both start at the same time as well. 1, 2, 8. So it'll be nice and easy.
Bit like a Pro Tour format, wasn't it?
Oh, so much better. And Tom Sykes is a 5-2 winner.
What that also means is Tom Sykes is now a player on 3 points.
John
and among those
incoming for the Joker.
Tom 180, 140. Again, another absolutely superb leg from John O'Shea. Ended up averaging 94 there. He took his game from absolutely nowhere and then flew towards the back end of that game.
And we'll go foul on this feature, and I'm not even sorry.
Ash Coleman again struggling. Struggling for numbers, Ash Coleman again, averaging just 74. We saw a really under par performance in the opening game. He somehow managed to win it. I think it was just a race to the bottom in that one.
A new feature game up in Europe.
Perhaps there's a couple of interesting games again, just warming up. Kai Fan Lung against Michael Warburton, both players that played well in their opening game. Dean Finford 4-3 up on Harry Lane. I tell you what, the Irish players are having an absolutely superb time at the moment in the UK.
Fallon Sherrick levels it up.
I'm about to refresh. I've frozen up again. Jack Vincent levels up against Kieran T and takes 2 in a row. That's a Desmond now, that one. The Irishman was 2-0 up. James Bailey representing Australia 4-3. He's gone 1 away against Stephen Taylor. And not the best level of darts that we've seen in that one, but a win is a win at this stage. Points on the board. Alan Norris 2-1 up on Ash Coleman. Again, Ash just not delivering what we know he's capable of today. Alan Norris gets 3 darts at 8-8 for a 3-1 lead. Needs all 3 of them, but that's Alan Norris a break up, and he's 3-1 ahead now. Ash Coleman going to have to rattle some legs off very quickly to stay with him.
Yeah, work to do.
It does, in theory, get a little bit easier as the week goes on, because we do see, 8 players, in theory, 8 of the better players removed each day from this. The 8 that were successful yesterday haven't come back today. There'll be 8 more successful today that aren't in the field tomorrow. So we do just extract some of the highest performing players out of the field every day. Technically gets a little bit easier, but the pressure also increases. The chances run out.
Fallon breaks.
Noah Lynn van Looyven was one of the highest averages we've seen across the day in the opening round. In a second game now, averaging 102. She's playing some superb darts today. Samuel Marinelli, representing Italy, takes the first leg against Roman Vellinger. What else is happening out in Europe?
Ron, I don't know. Look, Lendl, who does the projection cut-offs, is normally spot on, mate. He's not been wrong yet in the years we've been doing this.
Right, he rarely. Well, because 3. What we're not saying, Ron, is that 3 makes it. We're not saying if you get 3 points, you're guaranteed. 3 points and a good leg difference should be enough. We think there will be qualifiers with 3 points. We're fairly certain. But they will be the top end of those 3 points with the stronger leg differences. Speaking of strong leg differences, Kevin Lane will have one as he's a 5-0 victory against Yannick Hill in the 128. So Kevin Lane moving on, going a bit deep, picking up 2 points minimum and a 5-0 leg advantage to his ranking. That's a big move from him. Ash Coleman gets one back against Alan Norris. 3-2 to Norris in that one. Coleman still averaging mid-70s, though. Kai Fan Lung takes the opener in his match against Michael Warburton. And Richie Burnett back on the ball. That seems to be a quick turnaround. It seems to be not very long at all since Richie Burnett was on the hockey, and he seems to be back relatively quickly. That board 20 must be moving at a fairly rapid pace. Richie Burnett back on against Keith O'Neill.
Calvin O'Keefe is currently 3-all at the moment, Nathan. With Kevin Lowe, I will keep you posted on that one, mate. Fallon 3-1 to the good now. Alan Norris 4-2 up on Ashley Coleman.
So much on the draw, isn't there, in this? You can be incredibly lucky or you can be completely done in by an unlucky draw because there's such talent in there. When they come together, you know, the likes of that opening game for Cam Crabtree and Devon Peterson and various others that you look and think, well, just drawn slightly differently, they could have gone so much further.
I don't think Norris is still sponsored by Target. No, I might be wrong with that, but I don't think so.
Kai Fan Lung averaging a ton, takes a break of throw and goes 2-0 up on Mike Warburton. He's got the game, hasn't he? Like he could realistically come through this whole process, Kai Fan Lung, and end up with a tour card. He's playing some lovely darts.
Just going to mute for 2 seconds. I'm just going to make a quick call.
That's all right. It's no problem. A quick look back into Europe. Nolan van Looven has managed to level up. Romeo's played some superb darts. And I'm not quite sure how he's managed to be pegged back. Massimo Della Rosa finds himself 1-0 down against Rohan Bowers. Kai got our underway. Again, we saw Kai do some brilliant stuff at Alexandra Palace, but currently 1-0 down against Nandor Major, Hungarian player, and Bana Krekas, another Hungarian player, 3-1 up on Stefan Schroeder as well. So it's going well for the Hungarians at this stage. Wesley Van Tripe, we're familiar with. He's just underway as well. Still an awful lot of games going on. We have finally, thank God, a 1-8 game warming up in Europe. We've still got a considerable number of games to play in the 1-5-6, an awful lot left, but we are finally warming up in the 1-8. Let's have a look back in the UK. Adrian Gray goes 3-0 up on Kyle Richardson. He's running away quickly with that one. Ash Coleman 4-3 behind to Alan Norris. Norris just getting closer and closer to the finish line. And speaking of closer to the finish line, Fallon Sherrick is down to 91 for a place in the next round. Mark Boardman with a big ton, but still not enough pressure, you would think, on this 91 for Fallon. See if she can get rid of it in one visit, because Boardman could put some pressure on if she doesn't get rid of this. That 1-5-5, I mean, he could take it out, to be fair, but we're probably more likely to see big pressure put on. Oh, she's gone incredibly close. Leave double two, not the easiest of doubles, not something that people would often leave on purpose. Boardman with 1-5-5. I mean, this will be some out if he can do this. Good grief. We go on. Fallon doesn't get it done just yet. We'll continue, or she'll continue, to try and get that one over the line. Alan Norris beats Ash Coleman 5-3. Ash Coleman, again, he is really, really under-delivered on what we expected from him today. He's going to have to come back again tomorrow and post something very, very big. Big John, the day one challenge tour theory, there are some rules that have been put in place this year which mean that that's no longer the case. If you don't play every day of Q-School that you are available to, and you only play one day, or you drop out a day at the end because you don't want to lose your leg difference, etc., then you are no longer eligible to play in the various different, I think you're disqualified from all PDC darts for the next year, which would include Challenge Tour and Dev Tour, and may even include UK Open events and things like that.
Let me just check. So I'm waiting for a call back. Let's just double check how Cohen O'Keefe got on. He was 4-3 up. Yep, Calvin O'Keefe and a 5-3 winner will play Jeffrey Heath next.
Couple of slack visits from Fallon. She'll get a dig at 1-3-2. But if Mark Boardman can post a big visit here, look out 1-5-5 in the last leg. Well, to be fair, she did very little wrong until Mark Boardman took out 155. And then he just got that leg back. I mean, it's still Fallon's to lose, you've got to expect. She'll get the... I mean, she goes right down again. A ton 16 leaves double 8.
I think she's missed a double 16. I think she's hit two balls and gone inside double 16 there.
I think you might be right, mate. 78 goes again. Mark Boardman relying on his finishing, 2 legs in a row there. And he's just creeping his way back into this game. And if Fallon doesn't get it done in this leg, then this could become very, very tense. That big 140 opening visit is important. Very important. Kai Fan Lung 3-1 up now on Mike Warburton. Elsewhere, Nathan Gervin, a 2-1 ahead over Rob Holroyd. His countryman Jim McEwen's underway, and Sam Spivey, they're 1 each at the minute. Conor Heenahan underway against Northern Irishman Travis Bauer. And the King's Chief Minister, as appointed, 1534, is also underway, competing on board 23 against Kurt Parry.
Also, who is it asked? No, Stephen Bunting will not be allowed to use You'll Never Walk Alone in Liverpool as a walk-on song.
Is that because of its football connotation?
Yeah, and not just that. I know Dobie used Local Hero. The difference is Newcastle is a one club city where Liverpool isn't. The same as in Glasgow, meant that couldn't use Simply the Best and so on.
Quite right. Big visit there from Fallon. Couple of slack ones backed up with that 1-2-3. She'll get a dig at 1-2-1 regardless of what happens here. She might have 6 from 1-2-1.
She didn't have the best of years by her own high standards. I think she's played relatively well the last 2 days.
Yeah, she has, but she's got to get the job done though. That's the thing. She'll have 6 from 1-2-1. She's got to put herself in a good, strong position here. That is about as good as you can ask for. 3 match starts incoming. Which would lift her to 2 points and take her within hitting distance, really, of where we think she'll need to be. But she could, of course, go on and guarantee herself a spot at the back end of the week today. Oh, she's missed 3 for the match. Another 3 match start. Multiple match starts missed now across a couple of legs. 164 Boardman.
If he takes this out to add to the others, then fair play.
Oh, yeah, he's dug himself out of major problems with some sublime finishing. Just the ton. But there's pressure here. This double 5 has to go early, you got to think. She doesn't want to start messing around. Boardman's repeatedly took out combinations and letting him come back on 64, which she does. Again, leaving double 2. Last time Fallon left herself on double 2, Boardman came and got rid of 155. 64, you could argue, a much simpler challenge. Can he do it 3 legs in a row? No. Fallon Sherrick back for double 2. Boardman waiting on double 16, though. He is ready and poised if she messes this one around. It's just taking a little while to update. It normally means 1 or 2 things. This is a long wait. What's happened there? It's gone. Answers on a postcard. What's just happened? Did she win? Don't know if everyone else's crashed, but mine just literally went blank. That game, I think Dark Connect just shut the bed. Reset it again. I'm going to assume she took it out. It's not my screen, it's Phil's screen. That's what we're watching. So everything you can see on the screen here is things from Phil's computer. I've got a different screen in front of me, or screens. Everything you can see isn't me, and I can't see that. We're on a slightly different set of software today than we normally use. Fallon won. Marvellous. I don't know, Nico. He might be. Phil will know. He's on the phone at the minute, I think. Right, now that drama's over and done with, let's have a look around. No, mine literally, it went, the screen that I had the Fallon game on isn't the one that you can see. It's a different system. And it just went black. Yeah, she came for the match starts and it just went completely blank. Richie Burnett wins 5-2. Oh, well, that would be impressive, wouldn't it, if he can come through Q-School. Richie Burnett is a winner. We're warming up now in the round of 64 in the UK, making huge progress. Tom Sykes warming up against Dean Gallagher. Still got a few games going on in that 2-5-6 as Eddie Lovely is within one. He's beating Conan Whitehead 4-3. Adam Mould also 4-3 up in the same round on Joe Hunt. Kai Fan Lung 1 away. He's a 4-2 ahead of Mike Warburton. We just have a little reset in Europe and see what's going on over here. Halikan Yildiz, the Turkish player, 3-0 up against Nuno Enexduo. That's a really interesting one. If we can see a deep run from a Turkish player for what I think is the first time. I have no memory of a Turkish player doing it very much at all, Q-School or elsewhere. Kai Fan Lung with an outside chance at 152 for the match against Mike Warburton, but Warburton down to 58. So if Kai Fan Lung can't do something box office, then this game is going to go on at least another leg. At least one more. Colin Osborne takes an early break on Lee Budgeon. 2-0 up for the Teessider. Early doors. Keelan Kay 2-0 up on Niall Cullerton. We've seen Niall play some superb darts already today. Averaging just 72 though. So just a little bit of a drop off from the Irishman. Nathan Girvan behind now. Rob Holroyd has played some good darts. He's 4-3 ahead and within one. Kai Fan Lung now needs 88 for the match. Can't do that, so Mike Warburton comes back for tops. 3 at 40 to push this game on a little longer. Kai Gotthard levels up 4-all against Nandor Major. A noble leg there to decide who moves through to the round of 1-8. Still only just got 2 1-8 games underway in Europe, and no other round of 1-8 games warming up. They're all the 2-5-6. We are a very, very long way from being finished over in Europe. Kai Fan Lung on throw, opening with a 29. He was well ahead in this. And if he levels this up, Mike Warburton, he would throw for the match. It is potentially going to get a bit tense, that one. Yeah, Turkey in the World Cup. I would definitely take that, Jessica. Definitely would be a positive addition. Travis Bauer levels up. It's 3-3 now against Connor Heenahan. Jim McEwen as well leveling up 3-3 with Sam Spivey. Lot of leveling up there going. There's certainly the two Scotsmen, Jim McEwen and Nathan Gervin, both tying their games up. Nathan Gervin forces a noble leg with Rob Holroyd. They are 4 apiece. Now, Nathan Gervin, though, he's going to get at least 6 darts at tops for the match for a 5-4 victory. Rob Holroyd has a stinker of a deciding leg. Nathan Gervin busts 40, but Holroyd all the way back on 2-4-8. So Gervin is going to get at least another 3. Ton 3-4 from Rob Holroyd gets him to 114. But Gervin with 3 more match starts incoming takes it in 2. So Nathan Gervin a 5-4 winner there and moves on in today's competition. Don't forget, just as a reminder, folks, the top 8 players from today do not have to come back tomorrow. They automatically get their spots in stage 2 and they'll come back on Thursday when we're joined by the big boys. Kai Gothard will be one of those players that comes back on Thursday. He surely now has reached a points total that will guarantee that, I think. That puts him on 4 points, that victory. Turkey, Bob. I don't know, Nico. I'm going to go and give it a stir in a bit. Once Phil gets back from wherever he's nipped off to, I'm going to go and give it a stir and make sure it's all going to plan. Colin Osborne now 3-0. You will find a little bit of extra coverage on the Teesside lads when I'm left to my own devices. Let's just check in again. Mike Warburton has managed to break through on Kai Fan Lung and has come from absolutely nowhere, and he's now throwing for the match. Multiple Slack visits from Kai Fan Lung have allowed Mike Warburton back in. I've rained praise on Kai Fan Lung for the last hour and a half or so, and he is managing to try and find a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Jim McEwen now 1 away, 4-3 up, close to the finishing line, as is his countryman Jim Walker in closing. Trying to get that match closed out. 3-1 ahead he is now. Tom Sykes takes the first leg in the top 64, 1-0 up on Dean Gallagher. Tom is absolutely flying through proceedings today. He's continuing to rise up the order of merit, and he very much seems to have an automatic qualification spot targeted. Still warming up second round games in Europe. Let's have a little check in, see if there's any shock victories in there. I don't think there is. Noah Lynn van Leuven has picked up another win to move further into that tournament. She has been picked by a few to do well in this tournament. Marinelli 5-3. More good news for the Italians. Noel's guitar behind me. Yeah, there is a few on the wall. There is the Oasis one. You can't see the full display from these angles, but there's some album covers and things around them, and then there's a bit of Angus Young SG action going on in the middle as well. You can't see half. There's drum kit in the corner and various other instruments in the music room. Will we ever see a Portuguese tour card holder? Another one? Potentially, yeah. I mean, if you can get one, you can get 10, can you? I'm not sure that this will be the year. No, I'm not going to. Do you know what, Richard? I wouldn't thank you for it. I'd go if I couldn't buy into the absolute chaos and desperation and carnage and it just became outrageous. I sort of did it all the first time around. I'm nearly 40, so I've sort of already done it once. If I could go and spend $2,000 seeing somebody play live, it probably wouldn't be them. I'd probably have other people on the wish list that would come ahead of that. Mike Warburton can't get rid of 121, so Kai Fan Long will get match darts again. He's got 3 at 888. He's giving himself a right scare here. He takes it out. Mike Warburton fought back very valiantly into that game. Kai Fan Long gets it done. Siding leg.
Good result for Connor there as well.
Right, I can run to the lav now. You're back.
It's all right. No worries. Right, where are we going next then, folks? Let's go to the Joker, John O'Shea. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Had to take a quick call, but it's all good. Right, and where are we going in Europe next? Let's go to let's go to Anton Ersland. There we go. Right, where were we? Is Dark Connect frozen? 2 seconds. There's that one. And let's redo. That one. Board numbers. There we go. Right, where were we, everyone? Where were we?
Right. Please don't let me forget to pick the kids up later.
What time do you need to pick the kids up?
I need to leave at 10 to 3. Remind me. I don't want to be here at 3:30 on the stream when the school ring and say, Mr. Simpson, I'm going to come and pick these lads up. Tom Sykes 4-0 up now. He's properly gone into gear today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
John O'Shea 2-1 ahead. Rapidly getting through now in the UK in that round of 64. We've got more round of 64 games warming up. More points being picked up.
Yes, Cheryl Fallon is still in today. She's on 2 points and +5 leg difference at the moment.
More
The
1-2-8
Joker,
games.
Playing well.
Yeah, he gave himself a right scare in that last match, hasn't he, I think? But opened with a 140 against the Darts. 3-1 up. Needs a big run today, I think, John, doesn't he? You know, after a lackluster day yesterday, he's got to get some points on the board. And if he can't secure that spot in the last stage today, he's got to break the back of it. He's got to get a couple of points there.
Yeah, a few people have shown. I like Ricky. Ricky's a good lad. I'll take that.
What a leg. John O'Shea leaves 81 after 9. He goes 140, 180, and then a ton. The Joker is really, really finding some rhythm now. The 81 goes. 12 dart leg for John O'Shea. And if you can keep getting rid of legs in 12 darts, you'll do bloody well at Q-School. Massimo Dante underway in the 1-2-8 in Europe. We still haven't got anyone through that round of 1-2-8 yet. We've got nobody picking up that next point in Europe. Nobody confirmed into the round of 64 yet. Tom Sykes, 5-0 victory on Dean Gallagher. That is a massive win. Another point on the board for Sykes.
No, there was pressure on Tom from yesterday because look, he's one of the players that everyone said would get a card. And look, there's pressure because he wasn't even in stage 2. It's a bit different if you've just dropped off the tour or you had a good year on the Challenge Tour and people have gone, yeah, he'll get a card because he's already in stage 2. But you've got to get there first of all. And after a disappointing day 1, there was pressure, but he's answered that.
Yeah, and I think there he sits now with 4 points, a +17 leg difference. You know, it's the second best leg difference of any player out of the 281 that are there. It's a really big statement there today. And again, we expect, 4 points to be enough. We expect Tom now, if he doesn't come all the way through this, and get to the back end automatically, we expect him to be in stage 2. Another player staking his claim for a spot in stage 2 is the Joker, John O'Shea, who has just won another game. He's clicked into gear a little bit now, John.
He is starting to fire.
And a Joker on form is a very beautiful thing to watch. He's a gorgeous throw when it's there. He's a pleasure to watch, is John. Bloody thing's crashed again. It's non-stop now.
Right, where are we going next?
Well, we're playing games now. What are we watching? Are we now watching games in sort of 5 different stages, aren't we? No, we're still warming up players who haven't played yet today in Europe. Like, there's still players who haven't yet played a match that are warming up. And at the same time, we're playing the 1-2-8 there, and then we're playing 2-5-6, 1-2-8s, and 64s elsewhere. It's bonkers. It's hard to keep track of, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Some big games, and these could be important games in terms of just getting the right amount of points on the board to make sure these guys are back at the end of the week. Colin Osborne against 10 Everts is an interesting game because of how the pair of them, Colin Osborne has played beautifully so far today, and is establishing himself up towards the top end of that leaderboard. He's got the 3 points. He's on a plus 13 leg difference as things stand. Ted Everts has got 4 points, so that is a very much top of the table battle there. James Beaton 5-3 victory over Stuart Wares. Robert Thornton finds himself 3-0 behind James Howard Hughes, a massive 96 average there. Robert Thornton just getting blown away.
So it's a nice little tasty contest between McDine and Barstow.
There's a few of these players, that I think some of the rest of the field will be happy just to see them, get to the final 8 and bugger off and not be around tomorrow, because it just reduces some of the amount of potential early slip-ups. If the draw doesn't do you any favour, you could meet some of these guys very early in the day and all of a sudden it's become very, very difficult.
Yeah, 100%.
We did get snow, Rob. It was a bit shit. I mean, to be honest, no, there was enough snow on a Sunday morning for the kids to go out and build a reasonable snowman, but it was all melted by 4 o'clock tea time. So we got a decent amount of snow overnight, but then it rained in the afternoon. It was all gone by 4 o'clock. I drove to Barnsley yesterday and it was still knee high and it was ridiculous. Proper snow in Yorkshire. What's going on then? Oh God, it just keeps not refreshing itself.
It's very inconsistent, Dark.
It's dragging its feet a little bit today. I keep looking at something and then finding out I'm looking at old news. I'm looking at something that's already happened.
Massimo Dente is 3-1 behind.
Oh, I saw he was 2-1 behind. He must have just lost another one. David Cameron's up and running again. Then it's Dominic Ferrero.
We're going to go to him as feature game.
I'm a big fan of his Rocher.
Excuse me.
The Muffin Man warming up. Steve Hine and Sean Fisher. There's a school in Hartlepool, where the entire darts club plays with Steve Hine Muffin Man flights.
Like that.
Because I once got my hand on a large bag of them and fetched them in and donated them to the kids. And of course, all the kids find them quite a novelty. They're all quite fun. Because
like
got a little Muffin Man character on. But yeah, there is a full school darts club that only plays with Muffin Man darts flights.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that.
Noble leg, very tense one between, excuse me, Jim Walker, Pat Scurfield. Jim Walker has got match darts though. Three darts at tops for Jim. If he misses them though, Pat Scurfield's going to come back for double 12. Right on the wire this game. 4 each, both on a double. Jim Walker takes it first time of asking. 5-4 victory, and the Scotsman moves on to the next round. Some of the Scottish players have been doing well. We've seen Derek McLean, Nathan Girvin, Jim McEwen all win within the last 20 minutes or so through to the last 64. Jim Walker now booking his place in that last 64 as well. It's going all right, I think, for the Scottish lads. Kyle Coleman up against it, 3-1 behind Dean Finn Ford. We're just waiting on some updates, a couple of refreshers. Hasn't even brought them back. Massimo Dante now 4-1 behind. And it looks like his race might have been run for today, but Stefano Di Poche 1-1. A huge amount of Italian representation today. Giuseppe Rizzo is warming up as well.
I think Ben Robb will win the card as well. I hope Ben Robb wins the card. I think he's one of these players that plays better, the better players he plays as well.
Yeah, he can lift his level, can't he?
Yeah. Core Decker is playing, and he is currently 3-1 up. We'll get the end of that game on.
Yeah, he's very close to the top of the order of merit as well. He's sitting 6th at the minute, but if he comes through that game, that'll move him up to 2nd, I think.
Yeah, Kevin Burness is in a very good position as well. Should we go old school and have a bit of Alan Norris as our feature game?
Absolutely. I think we should. Beat Ash Coleman in the last round. Alan's had a good day so far. He's averaging just shy of 93 against Kurt Parry. Alan's looking very strong, in a good position. Robert Thornton has rattled off a few on the bounce. He's lifted that average up to just shy of 95 now, the Thorn, and it's 3-3. Seamus, we think that 4 will guarantee you, 3 with a good leg difference will be where the line is. We don't know where that leg difference will be yet, but there will be some we think that qualify with 3 and a leg difference. David Cameron is flying. He's 2-0 up. He's took an early break. Again, we're still way back in the 1-2-8. And Ron Muhlenkamp is warming up in the round of 2-5-6. We are a country mile behind in Europe. We have only had 2 results so far in the 1-2-8 in Europe. We have spent virtually all day on the 5-12, trying to now work our way through the 2-5-6, and we're still a million miles away. Kevin Burness within 1 now, 4-1 up. Jim Motston, 4-0 up on Keelan Kay. Keelan played some lovely stuff, but averaging just 69. Keelan's way off the pace here. The noble leg as Adam Mould and Jamie Atkins go 4 each. They will play a decider to see who goes on and picks that extra point up. Oh, there's a game, Phil. The round of 64, Kai Fan Lung against Robert Thornton. Why isn't this streamed? I would love to watch that game. "20-minute warning, thanks, Rob." And it keeps on. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think some is very generous, Malachi. I'd have gone with most.
Look, you've got to say it's a genius marketing ploy from the PDC. It's genius.
It's remarkable.
I don't agree with it, but it's genius.
It's absolutely superb. What are these lads paying? 500 quid a pop?
Yeah.
You got 400 lots of 500 quid in Europe. 98% of them have got bugger all chance of getting within a mile of a card come the end of the week. There is some crap in there. But there's also some very, very talented players.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that, Chile. When you say De Souza will be back, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not convinced on that front either. Do you know, it does. Sometimes I see these matched up and it does make my heart sink a little bit that we can't get to actually watch these games. Cam Crabtree and Jim McEwen will be a lovely game to watch, but Robert Thornton and Kai Fan Lung, like that is a lovely game fixture to watch. Fallon Sherrock underway against Martin Grierson. Also, a friend of the show, Joker John O'Shea, underway as well against David Hill. That game that I picked is probably, the way they've both played so far, I think probably the pick of this round. Ted Everts and Colin Osborne both opened the day really, really solidly. These will start to have big effects on the order of merit. These games will see people jump up places or fall down places if their leg difference takes a thwack. Two of the players that are on playing at the minute, Fallon Sherrock and John O'Shea, are on level everything at the minute. They're both currently there, are both in the green, but only just in the green. They are level in 72nd position, both on 2 points, both on a +5 leg difference, both on 14 legs won. Absolutely identical records at the moment for John O'Shea and Fallon Sherrock. Only if we do that live, John O'Shea edges ahead because he takes the opening leg against David Hill, whereas Martin Grierson takes the opening leg against Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah. Certainly in the UK, they are rattling through them.
Oh, they're doing a remarkable job. Like they are, to be fair. They're playing it at a good pace. Steve Hine, the Muffin Man, is in trouble. He's 4-0 behind to Sean Fisher. Fisher's just playing him completely off the board. Alan Norris goes level. Sorry, Kurt Parry goes level with Alan Norris. Those two will go into, or do go in. I'm a little bit behind my Dark Connect. It's crap because when I look at it on the big screen, Kurt Parry is already 240 points into this game at 89, and he's rattling through this deciding leg against Alan Norris. Norris is going to need a very big score here. Not quite enough, that.
As well, Gob is in the chat room as always. Hope you're good, buddy.
Hi, mate. Lewis Gurney 3-2 up on James Bailey. Bailey's had a good start to the day, but a very slack average at the minute. It's just 64. He's allowing Lewis Gurney to just work his way through that one. Owen Maiden and Nicholas Ellis go to a noble leg as well, 4 each in that game. Colin Osborne takes the opener against Ted Everts.
Nathan, Calvin's playing some good stuff. Playing some really good stuff.
Yeah, it's that the Europe is that messed up that they're warming up 2, 5, 6 and 64 games at the same time on boards next to each other. That's wild. Martin Grierson has got that early breaker throw. He's 2-0 up now on Fallon Sherrock.
If she wins this game, she is in a very good position to, not guaranteed. If she can win this, it'll put her on 3 points and +6 minimum. You'd have to fancy it from there.
You do. I think the leg difference will need to be. I think the leg difference will need to be higher, but it's very. But you just don't know. It's very hard at this stage to tell. We've still got people that can go up and down dramatically in the next hour. So.
As well,
Rizzo, 2-1 ahead.
I know not guaranteed, but over the next today and tomorrow, you'd like to think that 16 will disappear from above as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. Is that you know you're going to lose a number of those. You know, let's be honest, higher end players, those top end players who have, you know, and let's be honest, if you're on, you know, 5, 6 points already, then you've had a solid couple of days. You've put some wins together against decent opponents. So, you know, there'll be a lot of players that want them out the way because they won't meet them tomorrow, and secondly, just want them out of the way in terms of the order of merit. They want them off the standings above them.
So, you know,
it's a break for Lewis.
Fallon finds herself 3-0 down, averaging 95. This is arguably the best I've seen her game in quite a while.
Welcome to Q-School. David Hill levels up against the Joker, John O'Shea. I think I might have frozen again. Could be 3-1 either way by now.
If Christian Perez has accepted, he will play in stage 2 because he lost his card this year.
Mark McGeaney gets a breaker throw. He's 4-2 up on David Williams. Mark McGeaney already 5th in that order of merit. If he wins this one, that takes him up to 6 points. Very, very solid, right up the top end of the rankings, McGeaney.
Fallon has a leg back on the board. Ted Everts in front against Colin Osborne. Dan, you've got about 4 minutes. So you have to go and pick the kids up so you don't get the "Hi, Mr. Simpson."
Yeah, I'm on it. I'll end up parked up outside waiting to go in.
Yeah, Fahan averaging 99 and is on the verge of exit, but lots of pluses for Fallon Sherritt today, that's for sure.
Yeah, she's worked her way. She's got points on the board, which is a starter, isn't it? You know, once you've got points, positive leg difference, you know, that's what you need. Obviously, there are players that are going to disappear off that. She is going to need another win tomorrow. She's going to need at least another point. But she's got to take some confidence from the level that she's played. The darts that she's thrown have been very, very good today.
100%.
Why? Kai Fan Long takes the opener against Robert Thornton in a very, very messy opening leg. Both players missing multiple darts. But that is a break of throw for Kai Fan Long. I've got another few minutes. He's a terrible parent. You know, I'm on it. I've got a countdown on the side here. I know we're good. They technically finish at quarter past. They technically finish at 3:15. But if you're not there for 3 o'clock,
they'll understand. Dart is wrong. They'll understand.
They're old enough to know now. Like, you know, Billy knows it's Q-School. Like they know the situation. It's like they know what's going on. The teachers won't understand. Like, no, they actually finish at 3:15. But it's one of them where if you're not parked up at 3 o'clock, then you ain't getting parked anywhere near. And the weather's a bit crap at the minute. I don't fancy walking in the rain. So I think I'll give it another 5-10 minutes, and I'll just make sure I get a decent parking spot.
Yes, after this one's done, we can put the Ben Robb game on next as feature for you. Is he warming up?
Seems a very reasonable request.
Yeah, after this one's done, we'll put Ben Robb on for you.
Oh, the Joker is down to 80. Unless we see something huge from David Hill here as well. Oh, what is going on? This stupid bloody thing. It said 80, and then I pressed refresh, and it took him back 200 points. I think someone's pressed that and then pressed undo on the Dart Connect.
Emma, I've just put a link in the chat room there for you. Graham Hall will be in stage 2 because he's just come off tour. Fallon needs a big visit here. And I tell you what,
I'm
Fallon's
trusting you
math
that game.
is incredible on the board. Her board management is right up there.
She needs a big visit here, though. She needs to put big pressure on this. It needs to be a ton.
$68 is never a gimme because you may only get one dart.
Correct. Rob Thornton goes 140. He's on throw and he needs to not lose another one because Kai Fan Lung playing very well.
Oh, that's brilliant from Fallon. And we're effectively back on throw down.
We are back on throw there. Yeah, she's got the darts in her hand now to try and level the game up and force a noble leg. Robert Thornton is down to 128 after 9, trying to get a leg on the board against Kai Fan Lung, who's got off to a tremendous start. And David Hill just clawed one back there against John O'Shea and then finds a 180 on his second visit. John O'Shea is in danger of having the darts nicked off him in this one. And if this goes to a noble leg, David Hill will be throwing in the decider. A really slack visit from John of 30 means that he is at risk now from being very much in the driver's seat, 4-2 ahead. You'd probably make him second favourite from here. Big visit from Fallon there of 140.
Is Martin just feeling the pressure here?
Fallon just favourite here. She's still got that 60 points, that one treble. She's still a treble ahead of Grierson. And that's a big visit. Leaves 68 again that she got rid of in the last round. Robert Thornton is arsing around somewhat rotten on these doubles. He's stuck on 5. Thankfully for him, Kai Fan Lung back on 58. But that is a very gettable out if this 5 doesn't go for Robert Thornton. David Hill forces a noble leg where he's on throw against the Joker, John O'Shea. Throws 100 to start with and a trebleless visit from John O'Shea.
And Fallon is sending us all the way.
Robert Thornton misses even more doubles to get a leg on the board. Kai Fan Lung takes out the 58. Another break of throw for Kai Fan Lung and 3-0 ahead. Robert Thornton's had an absolute stinker on doubles in that leg. 140. How tight do you want it?
Oh, I tell you what, is that a mistake?
She could punish it from here, but she needs 2 trebles to punish that and really take some initiative in this decider. If she can back-to-back 140, that would be massive.
Is Fallon about to pull off the great escape? She's got the
crashed. I can't see it. What's she thrown?
She's gone 140. Ton 121 after 9, and she will get a go. From 4-1 down, Fallon's averaging 98.
That's 2 Fallon games in a row.
For Fallon.
2 Fallon games in a row, my Dark Connect window crashed.
Oh my, Fallon Sherrick. It's a 12 dart break of throw, 1-2-1 to come from 4-1 down to win.
John O'Shea wins the decider, 140, 99, 62. Superb leg as well from John there.
That is incredible.
Everything crashed for me there. Couldn't see a thing. It's 2 Fallon games in a row. My Dark Connect Windows just froze, rebooted itself, didn't come back on. Shite. Well, that could well be enough for Fallon. Could.
That, I'll tell you what,
Still only
considering
could.
she went out early yesterday, that is a giant leap for Fallon Sherrock.
Nolan van Leuven takes an early break in Europe. 2-0 up there. Ted Everett's still a break ahead. 4-2 up on Colin Osborne. Jim McEwen 2-0 up on Cam Crabtree. The Scottish lads are playing well. Nathan Gervin, an early break, 2-0 up on Robbie Long. These are top 64 games in the UK.
Should we have a little bit of Richie Burnett?
I think it would be a great idea.
Although it is now coming up 5-2, Dan.
Yeah, I know. Right, I'm gonna go and pick the kids up. I don't know how long I'll be. I'll be back on at some point later. It'll probably depend on how well they behave once I get them home. If they're acting clowns, I might need to make sure everyone's all right before I get back on. But I will be back on in a bit.
Right, Dan, we'll be back shortly.
Farewell, everybody.
Up to speed until then. As promised, we will go to Big Rig. There we go. He's taking on Damien Mole. Currently 2 apiece. Well, Patrick Fallon's last 3 legs was sensational, weren't they? Absolutely. Look, we know Fallon has the game. Is this her time to shine? Fallon is on 3 points now. Damien Mole has broken Big Rig. Ron, I disagree because remember that potentially there's 16 above those 3 points to come out yet. So I don't think 4 points is definite. It might be, but I don't think it's 100%. Richie is currently playing Nicholas Ellis. Don't know him personally. Did Chris... I'll have a look. Chris Jennings, lost 5-0 to Adrian Gray. But we know Adrian is more than capable player. Ben Robb carving an opportunity to break back here. Nathan Gervin 3-1 up on Robbie Long. Kevin O'Keefe 3-2 up on Craig Searle. So the new rule, Adrian, is only for stage 2, we believe. So I'm not sure why he's not played today or so on. Cam Crabtree leveled up with Jim McEwen. How are we doing, Gob? Hope you are good, mate. Seeing a player that is through to stage 2 on points. I'm not saying I agree with it, but if there's a loophole in the rules, then so be it. Calvin O'Keefe is a 5-2 winner. The Welshman moves into the last 32. Jake, well, she because of the rules that she has to play all the days unless she is medically exempt. Who will he play in the last? He was born 14. Not sure yet because I think he goes now play. Oh, wait a minute. 64. Yeah, so he'll play someone from board 13 or it's not up yet. As soon as I know, I'll let you know. Nathan Gervin has beaten Robbie Long 5-1. Because beforehand we didn't know if Bo was playing to actually win a tour card, or the old rules you could have just played a day and then not played and still been eligible for the challenge tour and things like that. Where they've changed that. Am I? No, wasn't. Nick Ellis as well. Yeah, it's like I said, I've just never heard of him, so I didn't know anything about him. Clive Young did, yeah. Tom Lonsdale warming up, as is Jim Walker against Adam Lipscomb. Or Fallon Sherrick against Kevin Burness coming next. James Fallon's first $9 average was 114. That's superb. Yeah, we've got still some last 64s as well. Conor Heenahan, 2-0 up on Lewis Gurney. Cam Crabtree locked in a battle with Jim McHugh, and that one's 3-all. Steve West did play today. He's currently playing 4-3 down to Jamie Atkins. And the problem is in Europe is they are starting the last 64, but there's also some 2-5-6 games going on. Damien Mower's missed match starts against Big Rig. And Ben Robb punishes. This is a big leg for Ben Robb in his hunt for a tour card. Yeah, look, I do think they're being too critical. That when look, I'm part of this, when us as media suggest that we think that someone is playing better, it doesn't mean that we dislike the player. We're just looking at stats and numbers and facts and things like that. And I don't think there was anyone apart from Joe Cullen that wouldn't disagree that our Western lineman was playing better than him this year. So yeah, look, some of them are a little bit. McEwen 4-3 up on Crabtree. Scott Campbell leads 3-0 in his game. Just getting underway, James Beaton and Ryan O'Connor. Andrew Cass 4-3 up on Jamie Durrant. Mark McGeeney has taken the opener against Daniel Smith. Lipscomb Walker underway. Sykes Fisher on board for a decent game. And Big Rig leaves double 18. Love that, Mr. Simpson. Love that. And he's got 6 at it if needed, Ben Robb, and he busts it. Don't think so, James. What? Just out of interest, what makes you say or think that? I don't think so. But I know obviously it had implications last year because Andy Hamilton chose to play at the Super Series. Oh, and Ben Robb does beat Damian Mole. Big result for Big Rig. Noah Lynn on the verge of winning. There's not many of them in, so let's keep our North American friends happy as well. There we go. Yeah, look, the game's there though. Look, I agree he hasn't played particularly well, but look, when players that don't get the opportunity to play on big stages all the time, they're not used to it. So Ben Robb has the game to be up there with the best, but just needs to play against them more and more for me. Dan will be back on. He has to go and pick the kids up from school. How many points does Fallon need today? Oh, look, she could win a place outright today, but just needs to keep clocking up points. Remember, everyone, welcome along. If you haven't yet, drop us a like and subscribe. Lewandowski through to the 1-2-8 in EU. Scott Campbell is 5-0 to the good. As it stands, Fallon is above and there's leg difference. Cut off. Nice. Cheers, James. Thank you very much. Richie Burnett is in a bit of trouble against Nick Ellis. How are we doing, Jordan? I'm good, mate. Thank you very much. This would be for a 4-1 lead for Ellis, double 18. It is 4-1. He needs one more to dump out Burnett. Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Glad you are good. Yeah, you can just see it, can't you? The old random generator doing its business. And Fallon levels it up with Kevin Burness. That one's 1-1. Haven't seen weights today, Ryan. No. Burness strong on his throat at the moment as well. How is Brian Roman doing? He's currently 1-0 down in the last 64. It's a good day for Connor. Didn't have a particularly good day yesterday, but he's into the last 32. Look, again, Connor has the game to be such a good player. Like, such high levels. Tom Sykes, 2-1 up on Sean Fisher. And looks like Nick Ellis is going to get match starts next. 1:30 left for him. David Cameron is 1 away from victory as well. 4-1 to the good. How are we doing, David? Hope you are good, mate. Don't think he had a particularly good day today. Let's have a look. Yeah, lost early, lost 5-1. Didn't play particularly well. Kevin Burness leads Fallon Sherrick 2-1. And match starts incoming for Nick Ellis. And he is missed. It's gone round the houses. Does that leave the door open for Richie Burnett? Which player at Q-School do you think has the highest potential? There's loads, to be fair. Like people like Darryl Pilgrim and people like that, we've seen what they can do. Fallon is playing at the moment. Phil, she's currently 2-1 down to Kevin Burness, and Richie Burnett punishes. We will put Fallon's feature game once the Burnett game is done. Cord Decker just getting underway against K9s on board 15 in Kalkar. Jim Motson 3-1 up on Derek McLean. Mark McGeaney going about his business, 4-1 up. He's the Gladiator. Connor Heenahan, Scott Waters warming up, as is Ryan Palmer, Dan Hands. Jonathan Wynn against Kai Fan Lung. And David Sumner against Tom Lonsdale. Yeah, definitely. Dark Connect has struggled this week so far. Someone asked about Brian Roman. We'll put him in speech again. I'm not sure, to be fair. Look, Brian Roman has a high ceiling, but there's also a lot going on upstairs as well, which doesn't help him particularly. Motson 4-1 to the good. Ryan O'Connor 4-3 up on James Beaton. Fallon Sherrick levels it up 2-2 with Kevin Burness. Tom Sykes 4-2 up. A good day for the Castleford boy. I know his official nickname is the Castleford Tiger, but I prefer Ron Weasley. Do you think the Japanese... I hope so, Jacob. Look, Asia is just an untapped market for darts. It's potentially huge. Remember, everyone, thank you for your constant support as well. If you haven't yet... the Yorkshire. I love it. I love that he's got Wizard Chess on his shirt. Gryffindor. For anyone that's new to the channel as well, yes, I am a massive Harry Potter geek as well. Love it. Jacob didn't see Kai today, no. I'm not saying he hasn't, just there's a lot to keep an eye on. Kevin Burness again holds throw. Fallon will need to break the Burness throw at some point if she is to win. I'm not saying he hasn't, I haven't seen it. No, Fallon's not on screen at the moment. We will go to her game afterwards. We've done it occasionally, but we don't like to chop and change feature games too much. We'll just keep an eye on it. Vanessa has got a shot at breaking the Fallon Sherrick throw here. And a bit of a scrappy leg from both. He leads 50, Sherrick 120. Misses a dart at tops. Vanessa has the break opportunity. But it's still been a very good day for Fallon Sherrick, regardless of this result here. And Vanessa does break. Fallon will have to win 3 on the spin here. More match starts for Nick Ellis, and this time he takes them. Let's get the end of the Fallon Sherrick game up. Kevin Maness is a wily old character as well. He knows how to win games. Ted Everts has beaten Kevin Lane 5-2. Tom Lonsdale 2-0 down to David Sumner. James Beaton has completed the comeback to beat Ryan O'Connor 5-4. Trailed 4-3 at one point. It's been a good response though from Fallon to having her throw broken. I don't know anything about him, to be fair, mate. Fallon could have done with a treble there. Vanessa just gave her a little squeak of breaking back. And look, Kevin Vanessa is a good player, but under pressure, he does it. This is what I mean. Under pressure, he can squeak a little bit. But that's not the response either. So this 1-2-8 from Fallon may have to go. It's a tricky little finish, 1-2-8 as well. Lee's tops if she comes back. Vanessa should get at least one match start here. When he has made an absolute pig's ear of that. And Fallon steps in to only score 26 from 76 is an absolute howler from Vanessa. Howler. How are we doing? You can click, hope you are good. Remember, everyone, if you're new to the channel, we are Online Darts. We have you covered every day of the year, darts-wise. If there's something on, we have you covered. Myself and the team. Yeah, Tam, I was trying to work it out as well. The UK Open might be a bit difficult because I think the whole team is going to be on site. We'll have an internal discussion and see what we can do for you. But certainly the Premier League and everything, yes, definitely. Look, Baness is feeling this pressure right now. The wheels have come off. I said he was flaky under pressure. I won't be, James. That God will be there going, Martin, Luke, man. Fallon 104 to take us all the way. Leaves double 16. Brian Roman has turned it around in his game. Well, it's 4-4 now, but he was trailing 2-0, so he's back in this one. But look, they won't admit it, but some players still struggle to play ladies. Look, there shouldn't be a reason, but they do, especially some of the old school ones. Afternoon, Stu, hope you are good. It is difficult to get UK Open tickets unless you are there, because they literally go on sale for next year when you're there. So they very rarely, well, not very, they might go on sale, but it's easier if you're there. Chance for Fallon. Can't take it. Potentially, yeah. There's a chance. 6 starts for 258 for Fallon Sherrick. How are we doing, Mark? I'm really good, thanks, buddy. Can't take it. So Baness goes favourite once again. Massive favourite now. Recomposed himself. The setup was good. What has Fallon got left? That'll do. That just applies some pressure. Brian Roman has won. Remember, last time Baness had a match start chance, he fluffed it. Has he fluffed his lines again? Fallon Sherrick should get 1 match start. And she's missed a match start. They've both had and missed. Never like it when it takes its time. Oh, and Baness misses. Sherrick hits. Fallon Sherrick gets the job done over Kevin Baness. How are we doing, Joe? Hope you are good. Noelin. Let's refresh this because it might be. Yeah, Noelin 4-2 down. Let's go for a bit of Victor Tingstrom. And I'd say, regardless of what happens today, that's Fallon into stage 2. Right. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm going to wait because this one's warming up, and we are going to go John O'Shea against Mark McGeaney, I think, because that's an absolute belter. It would and it wouldn't. A part of me would like to see Fallon get a card, 100%. But then the other side of it, I think she's got more opportunities without one. But I understand why they want the card. Yes, Joel can still do the other routes, 100%. Right, let's see. So yeah, that puts Fallon up to 35 on the order of merit, 4 points plus 7. I think we'll see Fallon. Let us stop doing the round. She wins it outright, or one of those 8 spots outright. Stage 2 is Thursday, Graham. Last day of stage 1 is tomorrow. Oh, look, Bo will be a massive danger in stage 2, 100%. So if you get one of the 8 spots outright, you don't play tomorrow. But if you're there on the order of merit, you do play. Good stuff, Dalbo. Good stuff. Good to have you in, Ben. Nice that you're new to the channel. Welcome to what we do. Ryan Palmer has just beaten Dan Hands, and let's get the Joker up on screen. Good game, this one. Victor Tingstrom is 1-0 to the good. Mark McGeaney levels it up 1-1. Scott Campbell takes the opener against James Beaton. Jamie Atkins has beaten Charlie Martin 5-1. Conor Heenahan 1 back on the board, but trails Scott Waters 2-1. Yeah, it would. Tingström's a good player. There's a lot of good Swedish players at the moment. You've got Tingström, Östlund, Harrison, some good Swedes not to have tour cards at the moment. Would Phil in his prime be top dog? I'm not saying he would be the top dog, but would he be competitive? 100%. Would he win titles? Yes. Would he dominate? Not sure. Don't think so. But he would still win titles 100%. Mark McGeaney has broken John O'Shea's throw. Jim McEwen leads Alex Williams 3-2. Nick Ellis 1-0 down to Michael Flynn. Kai Fan Lung and Jonathan Wim currently 4-all. Victor Tingström going through the gears in our featured game. I believe so, Bob, yes. Scott Walters 3-1 up on Conor Heenahan. Fallon did win. You know me, I watch everything, so Nathan Gervin 1 away from beating Andrew Cass. John O'Shea looks like he's missed the dart at tops to break back. Gervin is through to the last 16. He beats Andrew Cass 5-3. McGeaney misses. Can the Joker step in? He can. 2-all back on throw. Yes, Joel Bowes in stage 2 because of a development tour. 100%. I agree, Jake. I hope they mix it up as well. They need to. Kai Fan Lung has beaten Jonathan Wim 5-4. Just need to find something. John O'Shea leads. The Joker holds his throw. Jim Walker 2-1 up on Kelvin O'Keefe. Conor Heenahan back-to-back legs against Scott Walters. There's a lot of Emerald Isle flags still flying high today. Good time for Irish darts at the moment. Very good time indeed. And John O'Shea has broken the Joker. He's one away from the last 16. Keep an eye on the Heenahan game as well. McEwen 4-3 to the good. Scott Walters cannot take out 96. So Heenahan to lead wants double six. And he takes it. Heenahan hits the front. Victor Tingstrom, 5-0 winner. Sorry. Let's go to Kai Gotthard, who did. John O'Shea. Is he about to see this one out? It looks like he is. What a day for the Joker. And John O'Shea has done it. Conor Heenahan. Let's see if we can catch the end of Hino. And Hino beats Walters. Let's go to... Let's go to that one. Fallon against John O'Shea. Spoiler alert, that will be our feature game. I was about, Laura, you've beat me to it now. I was going to say, what's Maisie doing for this one?
All right.
Hi.
Are we okay?
I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Good. Have I missed anything? Anything important going on?
Well, you know, Fallon's doing her thing. Conor Heenan's finding his real self.
Good. I'll tell you what. I've not seen. I nipped on for 10 minutes when I parked the car, if that. But I have noticed some considerable changes. I've just literally hit refresh on the order of merit. And there's, some of these guys have put, some of them now 2 solid days. And, even those that haven't automatically qualified, granted, quite a few of these still may do because there's plenty of opportunities. But even those that don't, there's a couple of really good, solid back-to-back days of very good darts. So,
and look, it's not as if stage 2 is seeded from what you do here. It's a clean sweep. Doesn't matter if you finish 1, 16, 32, 64. Everyone starts again.
Yeah, and I just, I think I can't quite make my mind up. I really can't. Whether what I think is best is like going through like day 1 and like we saw yesterday, Bradley Brooks and Shane McGurk and Adam Paxton, everybody else did, of just going straight through, guaranteed there, come back on Thursday. Or if, I don't know if it puts you in a better position to have like 2 or 3 really solid days of, like good averages and knowing that that's exactly where your game is and that you can replicate it day after day. Going into the back end, there's probably, there's good in all of it as long as you get there. And when you get there, you feel good and you feel like you're in a good position to go on and do some damage. So am I right? I'm just, like I said, I'm just catching up that we've got that top 16, those 2 top 16 games that are underway is a shootout. So correct. Jim Moxon and Dean Finn Ford and David Sumner and Jamie Atkins, they're underway playing for a spot in the second stage. And then we've got games warming up, Tom Sykes, Ted Everts, Fallon Sherrick, etc. Some big correct. Names, just in that section warming up there. Jim McEwen, John O'Shea, Ted Everts, Nathan Gervin. There's an awful lot of talent left into there, isn't there?
And also, there's a lot of Scottish and Irish flags around as well.
Yeah, and interestingly, looking at the warm-up there, It's like it's England against the world, isn't it? Those games that are warming up. We've got a list on the left-hand side of English players, all playing players from other nations. How are we getting on in Europe? I assume we're still playing games in the round of 5,000, are we? Like, where are we at in Europe?
Basically, some of the ones in the UK have finished, and we've still got 1 to 8 games going on in Germany, as well as last 64 games. It's just like mental.
Yeah, it's oh god, yeah. Oh god, I've just flicked back. Yeah, we've got 1 to 8 games just barely underway and warming up in the top 32.
It's mad. Let's just jump back into the chat room a second. Dan, you're Delboy's favourite out of the team. Andrew says, checked in quickly before I have to go again. Tom Sykes is about to play a knockout game, but even if he loses to Scott Campbell, he's done enough to get to stage 2. Who else did we have? Someone asked about Fallon. I can't see where it is now, but Fallon has done brilliantly today. Bradley Brooks qualified yesterday.
I've got that bloody song. Ted's in the other room watching Bluey, and I've got the sodding Bluey song cycling around in my head. I can hear it and just ticking over in the background.
Do you want me to put something else in your head? I'm ready to go.
Yeah, that a bit of Pitbull. A bit of Pitbull. Nobody's playing that minute now. Billy's also, I think he's playing Fortnite. I think that's probably where he's at. I'll hear him shouting angrily soon down the headset at people around the world, and then I'll know he's playing Fortnite. Let's have a quick look. So I'm just catching myself back up, working out what's what. So we've got a lot of these players now that are still in, that have had a couple of good days and picked up points. So we're fairly confident on the likes of Nathan Gervin, Kai Fan Long, Jim McEwen, David Sumner. We're pretty confident these guys, regardless, are going to be here in stage 2. The question is now who has to come back tomorrow and play, and who's actually going to be able to get a day off and get their feet up, isn't it?
Correct. Someone asked, yeah, James, I agree. There does seem to be a loophole. I think the PDC might shut that and extend this. You have to play in all days or whatever to stage 1 as well, because yeah, it does look as if Henches and Horvath may have thrown the towel in today, shall we say? Kelvin O'Keefe's got. Even if he loses this knockout game, he's going to stage 2. There's no doubt in that one. But look, Conor Heenahan is a good player as well, so that'll be interesting.
Jamie Atkins 3-0. This is a. Go on, mate. I was just saying, Jamie Atkins 3-0 up, averaging a scrape under 94 for a spot in stage 2. Like Jamie Atkins, we know, England international, solid player. He's got some talent, hasn't he, Jamie Atkins? No, this isn't a one-off for him. He's got a really good game.
100%.
And he could be very dangerous in stage 2 because he's got, he has got the ability to turn up an average mid-90s against someone. And if someone's not on, he'll do them.
That Hendo will be at Q-School. Right, I'm just going for a quick back in a sec. Or when me load some other games up first.
Yeah, let's have some other games. Let's see what we get. Big John will come in on Thursday. He'll get started there by way of his ranking in the Challenge Tour. So that top, I think, what did he finish? 11th or something on the Challenge Tour, I think, which just gets him into stage 2 without having to go through this. I mean, torturous. It's a bit of a lottery, isn't it? I mean, it's fucking chaos in Europe. It's absolutely chaos. Are we through now? Are we through the big round? Are we through the 2, 5, 6? I think just perhaps.
Right, I'm going to put Nathan Gervin up for the minute, but just to pre-warn everyone, as soon as Fallon John O'Shea goes live, that will be the feature game. Just so we're all clear.
Yeah, no complaints. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, well, I mean, I don't know what to suggest. I don't know what to suggest. Yeah, you can do one, or you can just stay here and tolerate it. We offer more than just that. There's all sorts of banter going on. Right. I'm still trying to get my head around what on earth is going on in Europe. I've switched off for 40 minutes while I've gone and got the kids from school, come back, and now nothing makes sense to me. Kai Gotthardt making great progress. He's sat third at the top of their European Order of Merit, and he's rattling through things today, as are some other familiar names as well. Brian Roman, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Christoph Kachuk. These are all names that we're very familiar with seeing in PDC events. David Cameron still around as well. God, you'd like to think we could make a little bit more progress over there. Nathan Gervin in your feature game takes that first leg 1-0 as Jamie Atkins now 4-0 against David Summit. He's pushed that average beyond 95 now. Fallon and John O'Shea are up and running. I'm sure Phil will get that switched over like he promised when he comes back. As Ryan Palmer equalises very quickly against Nathan Gervin, as Jamie Atkins now just within one leg of being the first person today, the first player to secure a spot in stage 2. He's got 116 points remaining. If he takes them out, then he will be coming back Thursday in stage 2. He can have a day off tomorrow. If anybody knows him, share the link. Tell him to watch this. A decent way to spend the day. I'll be spending the day at work tomorrow, I'm afraid. It's my first day back after Christmas, and someone has very kindly put a meeting in my diary that lasts until 12 noon. So I'm going to have a torturous morning in a very long and complicated meeting.
That's kind of him.
Yeah, decent, isn't it? Just a lot to sort out, I think. Get my head right. Get things underway on a good footing for the new year. Ted Evans, what a leg that was! 115 average, monster start against Jim McEwen. Oh, just
throwing it out. Just throwing it out there. For some players, I think it's better they don't have a day off tomorrow, because I think some players get better and better the more they play.
100%. I genuinely think that it's not perfect to go through day one and get through to that last day, then have 2 days off while everyone else just sort of keeps getting back to the board, consistently throwing high averages. There is a school of thought that says the best way through is just to keep picking up every day good, solid scores. Fallon Sherrick should have took that opening leg. John O'Shea gets an early chance to break. He's got 3 darts at tops. He needs all 3 of them, but he gets rid of 40. That's a break of throw. John O'Shea nicks the initiative early from Fallon. Don't forget, folks, we think that both of these players have done enough to get through. In fact, we're fairly certain they've done enough on the order of merit, but they will have to come back tomorrow regardless if they don't qualify automatically.
Tom Sykes takes the opener against Scott Campbell. Connor Heenahan, Calvin O'Keefe underway as well. Big Rig I've noticed these games, he's a bit of a slow starter, but then once he gets into gear, he's all right.
Tugboat, I did have a check on the chili before I came back on. It is absolutely banging. It's tremendous. Yeah. The boys are tremendously excited for that. I'm gonna. I messaged Phil before I come back on. I reckon I'll get about another hour of this before I've got people braying on the door demanding chili spooned out for them. I'm going to push it as long as I can before I have to start feeding everyone.
Are you a chili and rice man, or?
So we have it in all sorts of days. So I'll do a big batch like I've done there. It'll probably be chili and rice tonight, maybe chili, rice and nachos. And then there'll be chili on jack of potatoes. There'll be chili. Tell you what the kids like is the kids are obsessed with chili dogs. So they'll get hot dogs with spoonfuls of chili on top, chili loaded fries. Yeah, I've got a million ways of serving a chili to you. Jamie Atkins victorious. He gets that last leg that he needs, and Jamie Atkins has become today's first qualifier.
Yeah, Perlo Lubitsch keeps his hopes alive. He breaks Ben Robb, but still has to win another 2 on the spin. Nathan Gervin levels it up with Ryan Palmer. Someone's just asked me, can Ashley Coleman get through it? Of course he can, but I don't think he's in the best position. How many points does he have?
Never find. Right. Oh, well, if you type Cole in, you've got to go over it because you've got to nip past Jared Cole and you've got to get Cal Coleman. And he's current. I tell you what, he has got a lot of work to do. He's ranked position number 171 at the minute. He's got 1 point on the board and his leg average is
-4 leg difference. He has got a massive, massive job to do tomorrow.
And he's got to do that amidst a lot of other players that will all
That's just frozen.
1 point away over the line. He's going to have to pull up trees. That's a break of throw for Fallon Sherrick. Sherrick and O'Shea, they're exchanging breaks of throw to race to the bottom in the match between Nathan Gervin and Ryan Palmer, both just averaging mid-70s. It's a Desmond at present, 2-2. Ted Everett's maintaining that huge 100 and just shy of 104 average. He's 2-0 up on Jim McEwen now with an early break. Ted Everett's doing bits as well. And we're now underway. The final top 16 game in the UK is now underway as Kai Fan Lung and Michael Flynn are off and running. So now every game that we will see today in the UK is underway.
Literally, the UK could be done before the 1-8 is done in Europe.
I think that's pretty much a guarantee at the minute. Well, maybe not guaranteed actually.
Ryan Palmer up on Nathan Gervin. Ben Robb has got match starts here. I haven't had too much of a look. He's missed. Are we going to a last leg decider? How big could that be for Ben Robb? Because I'm not sure where he is on this order of merit. He's inside the green.
He's inside the green on 2 points. He's got a good leg difference, to be fair, on plus 12. So if he comes through this one, he's in a very strong position. 2 more wins would be amazing for him.
I think it's a bit of both. I don't think the board markers and officials have the same intensity as they do in the UK. Just because of the name. Lewandowski's getting a feature game.
The O'Shea clan are in the chat room. They watch it. I bet it's a tough watch. Mind you, I say it's a tough watch.
Not for Maisie. Maisie wins all the way.
Yeah, she's celebrating.
Fallon's are idle.
But we're confident, aren't we? On 4 points, the leg difference can't take too much of a hit on this. We're pretty much certain that John's there now, aren't we?
Yeah, 100%.
I'll tell you what, 135, 180. This is a massive leg from both players. But 86 after 9 from John O'Shea is brilliant. Will the Joker get a day off tomorrow? We are in the business end of proceedings in the UK.
Ryan Palmer is 1 away from beating Nathan Gervin.
Yeah, you're right, Laura. Job done for today. It's just about extra boost of confidence, I think. And if John can get rid of this leg in 48, nearly leaves it handy. Just keep that confidence up. Allow the habit of winning to establish itself this week.
To be fair, though,
There's
I
going to
put
be
John in that. Laura might disagree. Oh my! I'll come back to that in a second. Someone's just pinned 1-2-2.
Bloody hell!
I put John in the category. I think it's better that he plays. I'm not sure he benefits from a day off.
No, I tend to agree. I think he's better playing more. The more darts, the better for John, I think. Jim Mostyn, winner through to stage 2.
Conor Heenahan has taken the lead against Calvin O'Keefe.
Simba. Walk-on song, one of the best songs in the history of the world, Jim Mostyn. Comes out to September by Earth, Wind and Fire, which I don't care what you say is an absolute banger.
Yeah. So yeah, it is good to see Ted doing well, but this is going to sound daft because I'm not knocking Ted's ability, but I'm not sure, has Ted got that killer instinct to be a top dart? Do you know what I mean? Where he's a great lad, but he's almost too nice. Do you know what I mean? He hasn't got that ruthless streak in him.
And we saw that. We've seen that from him before, haven't we?
She's done it again. I'm sure it's just taken out 1, 2, 3.
Christ. This is getting a bit scrappy. Ryan Palmer got 64 for the match now against Nathan Gervin, but he misses it. Nathan Gervin needs double 4. He's got 8 left. He takes it out first up. We've got a noble leg now between Ryan Palmer and Nathan Gervin. A decider, 4-all, first to 5. Ryan Palmer has the darts. It's underwhelmed, this one. Still averages beginning with a 7, which is not ideal at this stage of proceedings for both players. First one to blink, I think.
I tell you, look, it's great to see John playing well again because I'm a massive fan of John, the support he's given the channel as well. But also, I wasn't sure Fallon had. Look, she's only averaging 79, some scrappy legs. But overall today, this is the best I've seen her game in a long, long time.
Yeah, it looks steady. I think some of the big outshots as well that we've seen from Fallon will be very good for her confidence. You know, we know she's got that in her. We know she can put 3 darts together. I mean, if she puts this together, I'll be highly impressed. The 141. John is waiting on 80. You've got to imagine that he'll come back for it. But I think right across the board, I think Fallon's scoring's been good. The checkouts, just the moving the darts around the board has been steady. It's a shame that we've not been able to. And the 80 goes for the Joker, but it's a shame we can't see it and see, you know, how comfortable the throw is looking. Conor Heenahan takes a break up on Kelvin O'Keefe. He's 3-1 up now, getting closer to the finish line as Scott Campbell takes a 3-2 lead on Tom Sykes. Let's have a quick check-in on this noble leg. Ryan Palmer looks to have missed match starts. Nathan Gervin, 150 required. If he doesn't take the 150, Ryan Palmer's coming back for double 10 for the match. So it's a big outshot required for Nathan Gervin here. Nathan is assured almost, though, of coming back. Oh, I think he's... Christ, 120 scored. Nathan Gervin leaves 30. Ryan Palmer will get 3 match starts from 20.
Well,
can't get rid of them, though.
The 128 is over.
Bloody hell. Hallelujah. Double 15 for the match for Nathan Gervin and a place in stage 2. Double 15, Nathan. Have you got it about you? He
How
did.
we doing?
Just that in.
Yes, Core Decker, even if he loses here, has done enough. He's currently second in the order of merit on 6 points and plus 26. He will be going to stage 2.
So the first 2 through, just for some, I saw someone ask in the chat room there. Jamie Atkins was the first. Jamie Atkins was the first winner, and he's just been followed by Nathan Gervin.
John O'Shea has broken Fallon again, so has the darts to now win it.
I'm a mile. Every single time I have put a Fallon Sherritt game on today, it's crashed with a leg to go in the window with it on. I don't know what on earth has gone on with it, but
Oh look, we know that this at the moment this is probably the most watched game on Dart Connect.
yeah, I've just got the circle again. 3 Fallon Sherritt games in a row. It's just crashed.
Bo doesn't play till Thursday. Kevin, how we doing, Scotty Wars? Hope you are good, mate. Good to have you in the chat room. Nice little run today. Connor Heenahan 3-2 up on Kelvin O'Keefe. Not a classic at the moment.
Yeah, Scott Walters in the chat looks to have pretty much done the job. But 4 points he's on, plus 8 leg difference. By my calculations, that pretty much gets a spot in stage 2.
Oh, Laura, I completely agree. His game has held, and Ted Everts beat Jim McEwen. And Fallon's got a chance to break back here and send us to a noble.
This has been a great game, like a really good game. They've both scored beautifully. Joe match starts, King coming for the Joker. There we go. Congratulations, John. A great result and a great day for John O'Shea.
Kelvin O'Keefe has levelled it up.
Scott Campbell is just 1 leg away now. Tom Sykes, he's going to have to fight. He's just lost that little bit of form. This is probably the worst he's played for much of the afternoon, I think. Tom Sykes. We've seen some big averages from him, very solid performances, and it's just lacking a little bit here when he needs it. 4 players through so far today for us in the UK. Jamie Atkins, Jim Mostyn, Nathan Gervin and John O'Shea. Ted Everts as well to add to that list just in the last few minutes.
Tom Sykes not done yet.
No, he's just pushing that one on a little bit with that. That was just a hold though, so Scott Campbell now throwing for the match. Very much in control. Michael Flynn taking advantage. Is probably again. There's just a few players here, just maybe running out of steam a little bit, Phil. And that this is some of the worst we've seen some of these players play all day. Tom Sykes has fallen off a little bit. Connor Heenahan has been great and has fallen off a little bit here. There's a few of them just maybe not quite getting over the finish line, are they? This is an amazing leg as well from Scott Campbell as he opens with a 140 followed by a 180 throwing for the match here. He's left 181 after 6. A huge last leg if he gets this done.
Where's he? I think Fallon's done enough now.
Should have done, I think.
Yeah.
And Conor Heenan has slipped that far. Kelvin O'Keefe goes 4-3 ahead now. Heenan now mid-70s average. Nowhere near what we have expected from him today at all. His first two visits of 31 and 40 when throwing here to try and stay in the match. Heenan is a mile away. Scott Campbell gets it done. 85 checkout after that massive two opening visits. 5-3. Scott Campbell beats Tom Sykes, and he becomes the next person guarantee himself an automatic spot in stage two.
I believe that is Scott Campbell from Aberdeen. Yes.
I don't think it's a bad thing, James, for Fallon to play tomorrow. Like, although we're 99, which she's through, I think it's probably a good thing. Just more time on the board, more competitive darts. I think it's perfect for her tomorrow because it means that she gets a day of competitive darts without any pressure to be realistically. She doesn't have to win. 100%. She doesn't really have to do anything. But she's going to get more competitive tests and just get in that rhythm. And if she can pick up a couple of wins tomorrow, then I just think it only goes further to boost her confidence and put her in a better place ahead of when, the real business end of proceedings gets underway on Thursday.
100%. Oh yeah, I'm 100% with you there.
Michael Flynn, outside chance at a 104. If he can take this out, it'd be 4-1 ahead. It'd be another breaker throw on Kai Fanlong. If he doesn't take the 104 out, Fanlong, and he doesn't, so he gets himself down to 32. So double 16 for Michael Flynn. If Kai Fanlong can't get rid of 40, he's got 3 darts. Will he be able to just come and pin the double top and get moving in this game? And he can't. So Michael Flynn now, he's got to get 3 darts at double 16 for a 4-1 lead. Again, a few just falling away. And whether it is that they know because they understand the order of merit, so they know that they're there, but there is just, we've seen a real fall off from some players here. 4-4 noble leg decider between Kelvin O'Keefe and Conor Heenan. O'Keefe with the darts, but only opens with a 40. As we look in the UK for our last 2 automatic qualifiers, I'll have a quick check-in Europe as we're playing games in both the top 32 and the top 64. Only 4 points difference between Heenan and O'Keefe after 3 visits.
Lewandowski
it's going to be very tight, this one.
Let's go.
That'd be a good shout, Bob. We've seen some really, really good stuff from the Irish players today, and there's a lot of them involved. If they can pick 4 or 5 tour card holders up in addition to what we've got already, then there's a very solid case for more things, not just Pro Tour events, but more things, more darts to be held in Ireland. I, for one, I'm all for it.
And Heenan's made a bit of a mess of this.
He's made a bit of a mess of this match, if truth be told. To play the way he's played the last few games and to average 75 here in this final game of the day is a bit slack. And Kelvin O'Keefe is not letting him off with that one at all. 71 goes, 5-4 win. Conor Heenan will be back tomorrow.
But again, I think he's one that benefits. We've seen him play at the Super Series, win a Group A, and not be the same player returning.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a case for a lot of them. I think there is a lot of them that will and do benefit from playing every day. You know, proper competitive, good level darts every day, getting pushed and. Oh, Michael Flynn, a superb leg, absolutely brilliant leg of darts there. 4-2. He keeps that breaker throw up. Kai Van Lung cannot make a mistake from here. He's going to have to do 3 on the spin. He'll have the darts in 2 of them, but if he loses any of them, Michael Flynn becomes our final automatic qualifier. Just the last game there. That's a relatively big game on board 14 in Europe. There's 2 players that, one recent and certainly one for a few years we've seen on the big stage in PDC events as Kai Gotthardt takes on Rusty Jake Rodriguez, both averaging in the mid-90s, 3-all. It's a very good quality game. As to 2 players that you wouldn't be surprised if either of those 2 at the end of the week, Phil, picked up a tour card.
No, not at all. Yes, Chris, 5 points plus 12 will be enough.
-8 in Ireland. I tell you what, it is cold up here. When I went out to pick the boys up from school, I could not believe how cold it was outside. It's beyond silly how cold it is. I can hear my boiler fighting against it. I can hear trying to pump some heat around the house.
Again, Connor's on 5 points. He's done more than enough. Some big names outside. Yeah. Devon Peterson. Work to do. There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of people with a lot of work to do tomorrow.
And a lot of big names as well. A lot of big names, a lot of good players. Robert Thornton, Thomas Banks. Thomas Banks, I think a lot of people picked him to come and do big damage here. And at the minute, he sits outside the green, outside the yellow. He's got a lot of work to do. Some very talented dart players at the minute. That's really...
Mad. 26 degrees in New York at the moment. Wasn't it snowing there yesterday? I saw on someone's TikTok.
It's its own climate, New York, isn't it?
Literally, I know I say New York is literally my favourite city in the world.
Oh, don't forget they don't use proper numbers either, though. They're not using Celsius, are they? They're Fahrenheit, folks.
Really good, thanks, James. Really good indeed. That is the flag of Hong Kong, I believe, of Kai Fan Lung.
Correct. He is a representative of Hong Kong. And comes out just his entrance music is Hong Kong Fooey, which is absolutely superb work. And that alone should be, I mean, you should be awarded a card for that. Like, as soon as that information became known, someone should have just said, well, that's worth a card, isn't it? He's from Hong Kong. He's coming out to Hong Kong Fooey. Give the man a card. Yeah, I think he is now based in the UK, isn't he, Phil? Kai Fan Lung. He's not. he's not commuting, or if there is an expectation, is there not, that if he was to secure a card, he wouldn't be travelling backwards and forwards?
No, I'm sure he's based around St Helens, Warrington area.
Yeah, I think my understanding is that if he were to get a card, he would, he would play all events and base himself in the UK.
Yeah, he's been based around there for a while.
Speaks better English than most of the folk over there. Sorry. Making a little bit of hard work of this, like the pair of them, aren't they? Just not quite. That ton from Kai Fan is pushing Michael Flynn. He's got to get rid of this 80, otherwise he's probably going to go. He does it in 3 darts. Michael Flynn takes that final spot. That is us done and dusted in the UK for the day, folks. There is no more darts being thrown in Milton Keynes. Certainly not competitively.
No. So let's run you through the winners outright on the day in Milton Keynes. Michael Flynn, Jim Motston, Jamie Atkins, Nathan Girvan, John O'Shea, and Ted Everts. Congratulations, you get a day off tomorrow. However, on the other side, in Kalkar, Germany, there is still work to be done.
There is, and there are still big players. Oh, come on.
Decker is, even if he loses here, he's done enough to get through. He's on 5, I think I said 5 points earlier. So he's okay. Brian Roman currently 4-3 up on Marcel Wapping. What time do the Toon kick off tonight, Dan?
It's an evening. I have not looked, actually. I need to pay some attention to that. Yeah, I'm very excited. I just haven't quite looked at what my schedule is because I've got nothing else on or planned for tonight other than it's an 8 o'clocker. 8 o'clock kickoff. I'm just going to watch it at home. I was debating going to the pub, but I think I'll just watch it in the house in front of the telly with a large bowl of chili. I think would be the plan.
In front of the telly box.
That's it. Yeah.
Jack, I think Josh Rock can build towards the top 10 100%. Also, chat room, some advice to anyone that's good at it. Right, I don't know about you, Dan, but right, getting up in the morning, right? If I know I've got to get up, I am bosh out, up and out, not even question asked. If say I want to get up at 8, but I know I don't have to, I'm terrible. Do you know what I mean?
Do you have an Apple Watch?
Yeah.
Do you use the sleep tracker and function on it?
No, normally it's on charge at night.
So there's a very clever. So I started like last year using a very clever feature on it, where what it'll do is you can set, because it reads your sleep, so it knows, as you go in and out of deeper and lighter sleep throughout the whole night, don't you? Well, what it does is you set a window within which you'd like to wake up. So let's say you want to be awake before 8 o'clock. What it'll then do is between sort of 20 past, 7:30 and 8 o'clock, it will sense when you are at the lighter points of your sleep, when it'll be easier for you to wake up. And it's waking you that you will wake up feeling refreshed and good, rather than like you're being dragged out. And it will then it will wake you up at that point. Since I've been using it, I've found it's I wake up in a better mood. I wake up in it like feeling a bit better than if I've just been startled awake. It's a clever feature.
Well, it's weird, right? If I know I've got to get up, the alarm goes off and I'm up. No drama. But if I know I've got half hour spare or something like that, I'm a nightmare. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got. That's exactly what Billy's like. Only he don't get out of bed no matter what.
Well, if I know I've got to get up, I'm up.
What are you eating?
Chili. Yeah, Court is huge. He is one of the tallest men I've ever seen in my life.
Just dealing with a cupboard invasion.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I could hear Billy clattering in the kitchen. He didn't fancy waiting for his chili. Just decided to thought he'd go and find himself something in the cupboard.
Bonkers that we've still got 3 games in the last 64 going on.
Honestly, it's absolutely absurd. Somebody needs to get hold of this. I get that it's a fantastic moneymaker. It goes a long way to keep things ticking over. But by Christ, it's hard. Like, it's tough to stick with for the day. Ben Robb won away, 4-1 up now. And that would go a long way, that extra win for Ben Robb. A long way. Currently 27th on 3 points, but if we think 4 is the magic number, this win, if he can get this extra leg, would bump him up into that top 20, but more importantly to 4 points, where we think he'll pretty much be guaranteed to come back in stage 2.
It is. It's all. Yeah. Is it 475? So yeah, the best part of 500 quid to enter. So it's a good day for Ben Robb, picking up wins.
Tell you what I'm sick of doing at the minute is waking up in the dark. I'm pig sick of waking up in the dark.
I noticed this the other. Where was it? I can't remember where I noticed it. But it doesn't get light till like 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, so this is the problem. Is like I get up on a morning, I get up, I get dressed, I put a suit on, I drive to work, I sit in an office, I look out the window, and it's still dark. Like I'm sort of an hour and a half, 2 hours into my day, and it's still dark, and it's just grim, innit?
Yeah,
grim. Bring on the spring. That's what we want. Christoph Kachuk, 3-2 ahead. I think it's just mine. It's still, I'm not sure mine's updating as fast as it should be. Someone said the round 64 is over, but I've still got a game ongoing according to mine. But I think it's just because it's taking a piss.
How we doing, Lendl? Good to have you in. Kent says, what do you guys think of the Premier League this year? Is it a bit weird? Not just about the darts and result. Yeah, me and Dan differ a little bit on this. But look, I think ultimately, I think six out of the 8, I don't think anyone would particularly argue with.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think I've just reached this almost sort of Zen-like peace with the Premier League, and I spent a few years getting like a lot of people wound up and a bit infuriated by who was in and who wasn't in, and feeling like people had been, not fairly treated, and getting arguing about the format. And then eventually, I think I just reached this point where I just accepted what it is, which is like a very, very big important moneymaker that facilitates a lot of other things that go on within the PDC. And sometimes you have to sell your soul a little bit in order to cover, because without that, there's a lot of other things that couldn't happen in darts. It's a massive moneymaker. So then you do have to sell your soul a little bit. So then I just accept it. I just think, yeah, people get in, some people don't. I think as someone that's spent quite a bit of time in the arena watching it, like I've watched every dart pretty much on TV, and we've done the Fallout shows, but it's really good in the arena. And when you talk to other people there that don't watch the amount of darts that we watch, so sometimes for some of them, the only darts they watch in the year is in the arena at that one Premier League night. So playing to a final and a winner and seeing a couple of big players twice in the night or 3 times, I get it, and therefore I've just sort of accepted it and went, yeah, fair enough, it's all right.
For the fan in the arena, I 100% with you, and I completely get the fan in the arena experience, 100%. But there needs to be a balance as well for the fan watching at home. Do you know what I mean?
No, I get it, and like I said earlier on about things, about what we need to look at with the way that a lot of the events run this year is, I think it's a big moment for darts this year. It's a big year for darts. So many casual fans tuning in, like so many people coming to darts either for the first time or returning after not watching it for a long time. And darts has to work very hard to retain them, like to keep hold of those viewers. It's all very well saying we've got the highest viewing figures for X amount of time and the highest since we come away from terrestrial TV and things, but you have to be able to retain that. You've got to keep them interested and keep them watching. And some deep thoughts going to have to go into some events. Premier League is one of them as to how you retain that viewership, because they won't just stick around for the sake of it. You've got to keep bringing them back.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, Simon, I don't know if you caught much of the live lounge last night. We were talking about the TV deal. And by the way, this isn't me knowing anything or anything like that. But Dan, we touched on it, that at the Worlds, it didn't feel like a send-off. It didn't feel like that Sky thought this was the last World Championships we're going to show. So that makes me think they are very at ease and comfortable with the situation, and that there is a deal to be done.
Yeah, we didn't get any, romantic best, hasn't it been great packages? We didn't get any romantic edited packages of, this was the darts on Sky Sports, and we didn't get any of that. So you assume then that I guess they're at the table. You'd like to think they're at the table.
They must feel comfortable with their situation.
You'd like to think so. I mean, we've talked about, I think, my view on it is no secret. Like, I'm just I'm obsessed with the idea of keeping it on a TV channel. Like, I do not want to have to download an app or do anything other than, like, when friends of mine, when one of my uncles texts me and says, where can I watch this Luke Littler kid? I want to be able to tell them a TV channel, not say, well, what you have to do is you have to download this app and you have to scan this QR code, and then you have to sign up for a 2-month trial. You'll get 14 days free, and you have to put your credit card details in. And like, I don't want to go through it's too hard. It just needs to be, it's on this channel. I don't care what channel it is, if I'm honest. It makes bugger all difference to me what channel it's on. But I want it to be on a TV channel rather than have to arse around through an app or something.
No, I get it. I tell you, this will be one of our feature games next. Victor Tingstrom against Franz Rocha. Looks a good game.
Quick wave from an invader. Yeah, go on.
There he is.
Ted's just popped in to say hello. I said he popped in to say hello. He didn't. He popped in to find out when his chili was going to be ready and when his mum was coming home. That's all he wanted. We'll message mum now.
Lee, you say money is ruining a lot of sport, but without the money, sport doesn't evolve. I get what you mean that they're paying for the Royal Rumble, and you look at Premier League football. There's a reason that the Premier League has got the biggest transfer budgets and so on because of the TV money being paid. There's a reason that Premier League teams can outdo other ones because that without TV money and without money in sport, it's a tough sell. But I'm completely open. If Riyadh Season want to come and sponsor us, I'll take it.
Oh, bring it on. Okay. I'm happy to fly to Saudi and do whatever's required. No problem at all.
If Riyadh Season want to come and sponsor us, then we'll take the cash.
I consider myself a very moral person, but also if you could see the size of my mortgage, you'd realise why I'm quite willing to put them to one side if I can get a bit of work done. Good God. Thanks again, Liz Truss.
Yeah, she did well. She was in power for what, 44 days?
Mate, I can't even tell you what she did to me. I was just coming out of we were coming out of a fixed term just as she took power, and she managed to do a right old job on my mortgage. She did in the very short period of time she had.
France, Russia is 2-0 to the good. James Fallon had a brilliant day today. She's booked a place in stage 2. Not mathematics. Well, no, we might get some dark greens. Have we got dark green yet?
Yeah, we haven't got any yet. So we have refreshed for the day.
No dark green yet.
So we've got them finished, if you like, for the day. We haven't got any dark greens yet. They'll more than likely come through the course of tomorrow. I imagine there's just some work being done, in the back end of that system just to make sure that it's all correct. We are getting close towards the end.
You are good. Good to have you along on your birthday watching us.
Oh, correct. Happy birthday, Ian.
Oh, we've got a last 16 game warming up.
That's a cool game warming up. David Cameron against Ben Robb. Both of them will probably be happy to bump into each other. Two big hitters capable of producing some very, very good darts.
Agreed, but again, both have done enough to be in stage 2, so it's not the end of the world. It's not as if they both need points. Do you know what I mean?
No, and it's a difficult day, this one, isn't it? Like, we do try and we're here desperately trying to enthuse everybody about it. But at this stage of the day, there's not really a great deal that can change or happen. It's all on tomorrow really now, isn't it? Because a lot of it's pretty much decided upon. These guys here, we're just really deciding who's guaranteed to not have to play tomorrow and isn't. That's it. Everyone else at this stage has picked up enough points where we expect them. Maybe there's a few in Europe still on 3 points. But the vast majority isn't particularly tense at this stage. I think we've now only got one Swede left in today. We're completely out of Italians. We started the day. It was such a promising start to the day for the Italians, and I don't think we got one into the last 64, did we? I don't think we had so many Italians start off and started off very well also, but I don't think there was an Italian player made the last 64. It's a very quick reminder, folks. If you are watching and you find yourself prohibited from being involved in the chat room, which is where all the cool people are, it's because you're not subscribed. Little rule that we have where you can't get involved in the chat room unless you subscribe to the channel. So just do make sure that you get subscribed and also get some alerts on so that for the rest of the week, because we're here all week, aren't we, Phil? We're here till Sunday.
We are. What days are you
anyway.
on? What days are you on? Obviously today?
Yeah, well, sort of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm working a normal day. So it really just depends on how late things go. If we're still going once I get back from work, then I'll just nip on, even just to say a quick hello. And, certainly tomorrow, which is obviously where we'll see hopefully some very late action. And then I will be on Saturday and Sunday, definitely, because they are the big. To me, that Saturday and Sunday, the last 2 days of Q-School, are the two of the most exciting days of darts in the year. Things change rapidly as the day goes on, so I'm here for all of it, I think, over Saturday and Sunday.
Ben Robb takes the opener.
Who have we got from the outside that can do a bit of...
I think
damage.
God might be coming on for parts of tomorrow, Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I think Gob's around the next few days, I think, a little bit, isn't he? Stage 2 starts on Thursday. The Turkish players. I don't think we're guaranteed a Turkish player through yet. Let me just have a quick look. No, we've got the Halikan Yildiz is on 2 points, and we think 3 is going to be the magic number. So in the Turkish players, I think we're 1 point away from where they need to be to get a Turkish player through to stage 2. Italians, we've got 2 players, I think, currently in the green. But then we've got Massimo Dante and Stefano Di Posce just outside on 2 points plus 4. So there is potential that we get some Italian players through. Looking for the more, I don't want to say obscure nations because I don't mean it like that. But I mean the rarer.
I would love Massimo Dante to get a card.
Well, he's a spectacle, isn't he? He's an entertaining player, and he's good banter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. And when I say obscure nations, I don't mean a nation that is obscure. I'm just looking for, darts. potentially darts players qualifying from places where we don't often see tour cards being won from. Well, there is a couple of hopes from Sweden. Hugo Desal from South Africa is on 2 points and sits within the green at the moment, so he has got a chance. Yuki Yamada is on 2 points as well from Japan, and he's only a point away. So we could see some of the lesser spotted nations pick up tour cards this week.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, plenty coming on the channel this year. The Pro Tour watch-alongs and Euro Tour watch-alongs will return, which will be good.
Well, the Euro Tour watch-alongs were fun, weren't they? I enjoyed them.
Well, considering, do you remember when I put in the chat? Should we just try one and see how it goes down?
Yeah, they properly went off, didn't they? They went really well.
Yeah.
They were really good fun as well. Like I got on a few of them Sunday afternoon sessions for the Euro Tour, and they were really, really good streams, good fun. Excellent banter in the chat room, everyone getting stuck in. It was really good. What's the distribution, Phil? Go on.
I was going to say, next week, that's my job of going through my diary and making sure everything's in there.
Well, have we got? I think has it updated itself? So I subscribed some time ago to
the PDC calendar.
Yeah, that is unbelievably helpful. That, by the way. Yeah. So it just goes into my iPhone.
I also like a physical diary.
So what's funny, because I put it in my personal one, and it went into my work calendar as well. And then it is funny every now and again when our assistant will say, "Why have I got all of these Players' Championship things in my diary? What do they mean?" Oh, they're not. Don't worry. Don't worry about them. Don't worry.
Not for you. Have you informed them how important they are, though?
Oh, they are vital. Yeah, don't block anything else in at the same time. That's why they're in there. That means they're in there because I can't take another meeting.
Yeah. Don't be sticking anything in that.
No, I'm working from home at those points.
Yeah, do not be doing anything silly. Am I excited for the Premier League? Not yet. Look, I will be nearer the time, obviously, but right now, no.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it must be. Again, like some of it, for some of us, it get to maybe two or three Premier League events a year, maybe. It's quite easy to get excited. You get to see all the big players. It's a spectacle. You're in a big arena. Whereas for you, it's graft, isn't it? Like it's you traveling for 6-7 hours, getting there, interviewing some players, driving back in the middle of the night. It can't possibly be as easy for you to get excited as it is the rest of us. World Masters group stage. I think we could manage that, couldn't we? Depends what it clashes with, I suppose, if it clashes with anything. We are now warming up in Europe in these round of 16 games where we actually get that shootout to find out who is going through. But I fear I'm not going to see the end of it. I reckon I got about 10 more minutes left in me.
10 more minutes before the chili's done.
Before the chili's coming out. The chili's getting served. The first batch of the chili's getting served up. I'm just trying to find out what time Mrs. S is going to come home from work.
So yeah, Gary ruled himself out, and I asked his management just out of interest, were you asked? And they said no.
It is fun. There's some good venues though. There's some crap venues as well. Like there's some venues that I would like to never go back to.
What, in the Premier League?
Oh, mate, if I can avoid at any chance going to the MEN Arena, I will. It's a shithole.
Exeter,
it's awful.
Birmingham, Sheffield. They're definitely up there.
I love Leeds. Leeds is amazing. Love the amphitheatre layout.
Yeah. Leeds Dublin is incredible.
Newcastle is Newcastle. Newcastle's perfect for me.
When's the Gateshead Arena open though? Because it's going to go there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it should. It's been delayed and then delayed and delayed and delayed. I don't think we've got a date yet. I don't think. They haven't started it for starters. You know, they put their £350 million, aside and said, like, this is happening. As far as I understand it, they're yet to put a spade in the ground. Like they haven't actually started to dig into it.
Have they not? I thought it had started.
No, it's as far as I know. It's still to be started.
Sheesh.
As far as I know, I know the cost. It was levelling up funding, wasn't it? It was government levelling up funding, and then we got a different government, and then all of a sudden the costs were actually 90 million more than they originally thought they were going to be, and from what I understand, we are still awaiting a spade going into the floor, and no one's actually come out and said this is what's happening. It's not massive. I think 12,500 is where that's what the design says. Big enough. It'd be good for darts. Not big enough for some other stuff though. But located on the quayside, it'll be a nice position.
There's going to be a massive new arena on Cardiff Bay as well, isn't there? So.
Yes, there is something there. I don't know enough. I don't know as much about it as I do the the Gateshead one. So the Gateshead side of the quayside, isn't it? It'd be near the Sage, if you're familiar with the Sage. That's the place on the quayside they're looking to put it. But I think the problem's money. I think that's all it is.
Who asked in the chat room? So Exeter is on the calendar because it is the only venue near enough to Minehead.
I'll tell you what, as well, I'll give it its due. As a punter, there is very little wrong with Exeter. Like, very little wrong with it. It's a chew to get into.
Apart from where it is and how cold it is.
Yeah, but mate, I'm northern. Like, I didn't even put a coat on. Like, it wasn't even. We were there last year. It wasn't even coat weather. But it's good fun. Good. I thought that it ran pretty efficiently in that, like, yes, it's literally in a cattle shed and the sheep shearing shed's next door, and it's which is a bit rogue. It's a bit mad, but the bars ran very efficiently. You barely had to queue for a drink. You barely had to queue for the toilet. The Wi-Fi was particularly decent. Like I thought it ran like quite good. We were all right because we took the car, so like getting to it wasn't too much of a problem. If you've got a driver, then you're all right. It's not in the middle of a town or a city like some of the arenas, or next to a train station like the MEN or something. But if you got one of your group, I've got friends who are quitters, so they a lot of them are sober, so they're all willing to drive. If you've got a driver, you're good.
Yeah, someone said about the Co-op Arena in Manchester. The problem is that they signed the new deal with the people that own the MEN, because I think they own that Leeds and so there's a group of them. They signed like a 3 or 4 year deal with them.
Also, Del, if you're from Borough, you're very close. I live in Wolverston. I'm from Billingham, but I live in Wolverston.
So yeah, look, but I'm sure the Co-op will get used for darts at some point.
If it works, isn't everything broken in it? all the lights trip and it's got a leak everywhere and it's isn't it like completely knackered. Business end now. So we've got 2 games underway as Ricardo Ulrich and Mario Robb are underway in the round of 16 game in Europe. We've seen a good level of darts already. Patrick Klingelhofer and Danny van Klumpenberg. A pair of mouthfuls. Both averaging mid-90s. Good standard 2-1 there. Klingelhofer.
Klingelhofer. That's like Patrick Klingelhofer. That sounds like a pint, doesn't it? What do you want? Have a pint of Klingelhofer.
Have a pint of Klingelhofer. And a chaser. What do you want?
Has Mum responded yet?
Is that one saying, Dad, we want dinner?
Yeah, we're going chili. We're serving up chili now. I'm going to leave you to it. I'll be back on tomorrow, depending on how. I mean, if we're still going at this time, I'll be on because I'll just come on when I get home from work for a bit crack. So we'll see how the day goes tomorrow. And all being well, I shall join you after work. We'll see a couple of big stories. Let's hope somebody does something surprising and comes from nowhere. That'll be quite fun. And I'll catch up with you all a little bit later on.
Sweet, buddy.
See you later.
Later, as David Cameron has just beaten Ben Robb in the last 32. So, 2 games left in and is that jammed? No, that one's frozen then. We were chatting away and didn't realise that had frozen. Who won? Don't know because it's disappeared. Fair enough. Right, chat room. Sorry about that. Welsh. The Welsh boys had a fairly good day today. Right, let's go. Tingstrom one, yeah, the game's just disappeared off of my. Well, I know we were just chatting and enjoying life. Yeah, 1-5-3. So that's that one. And let's go. Got 2 feature games up there. We're slowly getting there. In the EU, only one last 32 game remains, so we are close now. I think that the growth in North America has been superb. The way the North American Darts Masters and the US Darts Masters has been promoted in Madison Square Garden has been superb. The Saturday night at MSG was off the charts. It was incredible. Bob, look, it's not too bad. Obviously now we've got the office. We are going to have the member streams will be starting after Q-School, so we can have a chat and a chuck and things like that. Massively appreciate all the members' support that you've given us, and sorry we've been a little bit behind with a few bits, but we're now moving. We've got the office all in, so should Luke Humphries have been nominated for sports personality? I think so, Andrew. I think so. But look, I think it's almost nailed, wasn't it? Nailed on that Luke, as in Littler, wins sports personality this year. No Olympic year or anything like that. Excuse me. Yawning away. So, games coming thick and fast now. The last 16 games are underway. We've got one last 32 game going at the moment. Chat room, you have all been incredible today. How are we doing, Andrew? So, from the UK, this is both days qualifiers here. So yesterday we had Bradley Brooks, Jason Wilson, Shane McGirt, Pete Burgoyne, Tommy Morris, Adam Paxton, Jack Tweedle, Lewis Pride. Today we have Scott Campbell, Jamie Atkins, Ted Everts, Jim Motson, Michael Flynn, Nathan Gervin, Calvin O'Keefe, and John O'Shea. They were your runners and riders from the UK today. Kevin Troopman against Marcel Warping just getting underway. Warping beat Brian Roman in the last 32, but Brian placed on the order of merit. I would suggest so, yes. No dramas, Andrew. No dramas at all. And Patrick Bullen and Dmitry Zurkov tied at 3 apiece at the moment. That is the last in the last 32. Sorry, folks, just fleeing up between that. Bullen is 1 away. Ricardo Juric is 3-1 up. Who's been off the pace? Let's have a look. Who did Ashley Coleman I expected more from. Thomas Banks I expected a little bit more from, if I'm being honest. Adam Mould. Daniel Atsby. A lot of chat, a lot of talk around him. Jensen Walker as well. Two seconds, folks. I'm still talking. Need to find something over here. 2 seconds. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Right, where were we? Oh yeah, people that are disappointed. I think that's probably somewhere around my list of the ones that have disappointed. Well, what about you guys? Who's disappointed you so far? Looks as if we're going to a last leg decider in this one. But 140 may change things. David Cameron 1-0 to the good. Marcel Warpin 2-0 up on Kevin Troutman. Fairs, here you go, Fairs. It is 4-all, so we do have a last leg decider. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Ron Moolencamp. I hadn't really looked at the EU one, but I agree. Yeah, Ron, I expected a little bit more from. Victor Tingstrom against Mikhail Schmader, just getting underway. Let's put that as a feature. Maybe a little bit, but if I'm being honest, I wasn't expecting too much from Mason. I will have a look. Yeah, look, Mason's obviously got ability, but he hasn't done his apprenticeship yet. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think Graven Batch, yeah, agreed. Maybe could have done a little bit better. No, both Vandenbergs have a lot to do. Not there at the moment. Same as Romeo coming back again. He's not there either. He still has a lot to do as well. Excuse me. David Cameron 2 up. Victor Tingstrom 2 up as well. Cameron now 3-0 up. Kevin Troutman has turned it around against Marcel Warpin. 3-2 to the good. And there has been a lot of mismatched darts in the last game, in the last 32. Bullin against Zirkov. A lot of mismatched darts from both. Neither one wants to get over the line here. Not sure, Stephen. I'll try and have a look in a minute. Oh, mammoth game. Let's get you another one. David Cameron has just missed the chance for 4-0. Will he live to regret that one? Yeah, Luke, I 100% agree that, I say, he's not quite done his apprenticeship yet for me. No doubt he can play. Stefan Schroeder 1-0 to the good at the moment. Marcel Warping has levelled it up 3-0. Patrick Kinghoffen is the first player through, beaten Danny van Klompenberg 5-1. Sorry if I've just butchered all those names. Is Derek, off the top of my head, no. I haven't seen him. Oh no, my bad. He is in 6th, so yeah, he's got 6 points. He's done enough. Derek has. I'm guessing he's one that's just picked up points both days and kind of gone under the radar a little bit. But yeah, no, yeah, he's got enough to go through. Yanni Backhausen is a 5-2 winner on board number 1. Yeah, it has been a bit of a nightmare, hasn't it? But I'm sure that come stage 2, it'll be fine. Victor Tingstrom is now 4-0 to the good over Michael Schmeider. Remember, David Cameron missed darts for 4-0. Has missed darts for 4-1. He could have been off, but Stefan Dees is back in this one. Stefan Schroeder 2-0 to the good now. Tingstrom is 161 points away from victory. Cheers, Luke. Thank you very much, buddy. All right, that's what we're here for to ask. So, obviously, the final day of Dylan, the final day of stage 1 is tomorrow. Then from Thursday, it is stage number 2. That's where the tour cards are handed out. So, each day then in the UK and the EU, it is played down to a winner every day. The winner will receive a tour card outright. So there'll be 4 outright winners on 4 outright winners from the UK, 4 outright winners from the EU, 8 cards. Then the other ones are handed out on the order of merit table after the 4 days, however many it is. It hasn't been officially confirmed yet, but we think it will be 17-13 split. Those places on the order of merit will take the cards. Does that help? And it's best of 11, not best of 9 as it is now. As Victor Tingstrom gets the job done. Let's get a bit of Stefan Schroeder on. But I'm ready to go. David Cameron's getting a bit embroiled in a game he didn't need to be. I hope that helps everyone as well. Oh, marvellous. Just got a yellow weather warning for more snow tomorrow. Dimitri against Kai is warming up. Which region is Cameron playing in? No, David Cameron's playing in the EU. He's over in Kalkar. Is he on? Oh, we got close. Yeah. Yeah, look, David Cameron is a very good player. Let's have that right. He's won a seniors TV title. They don't hand them out. Look at the caliber of players that have won them. So, Cameron on the cusp. Stefan Schroeder now has that two-leg cushion once again. Leads 3-1. 1 game to go. David Cameron has booked his place in stage 2. He'd already done it anyway, but gets a day off tomorrow now. Instead, Excalibur. Nice, Mark. Nice. Good to have you in. 1 game to start. Are we doing Jeff, the Canadian flag flying high? Just waiting for that last game to go live. Kai Gotthard against Dmitry Zirkov. So, just waiting for that final game to go live. Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, drop us a like and subscribe as well. Massively appreciate all the support. You guys have been absolutely smashing it for us. Look, Kai's a really good player. Gillian has a leg back against Schroeder. Can we get to get this other game going now, please? Would be nice. I think Andreas Harrison has a massive chance of getting a card tomorrow in stage 2. I think Dirty Harry is a top quality operator. And the other game is underway, so let's get that up as feature as well. There we go. We are ready to rock and roll. All games now underway. Final 2 places for the day on the line here. Ursula and Nakazia both on 3 points. Yeah, they'd like to get to that 4-point buffer barrier just to be safe, I'm sure. But we are ready to rock and roll. Big chance here for Schroeder to go within 1. Look, The theory's nice, but don't see it happening. Oh, Brock, how are we doing? 3 questions. Sure. I just don't see how Jimmy doesn't. He's been playing so well. Van Velzen as well has been playing superb. Kalkar takes the opener. Next first-time major winner. Next first-time PDC World Champion. Breakthrough 2025. Oh, right. Next first-time major winner. I don't think it'll be in 2025, but I'm going Josh Rock. Next first-time world champion. Ooh, it's a good question. If you're asking me to pick it right now, Stephen Bunting has the game too, but maybe one of the Dutch boys, either Wessel or Gian van Veen. And breakthrough star of 2025, I am going for Sebastian Białecki. There you go. I didn't put Scott as my breakout because I think he's done that this year, even though he didn't have a card. But Zukov levels it up with Kai Gotthard. That one's one apiece now. Right now, Luke, having spoken to AD quite a bit off camera as well, I don't think we'll see Adrian Lewis play PDC darts again. Something says to me, and I hope I'm wrong, because a fit firing Adrian Lewis is incredible for the sport, but just not sure that's there anymore. Question. How common is it 1-2-1 in the practice room amongst the pros? When I'm not sure that they play 1-2-1 all the time, but we don't get to see it, so I'm not sure. Kuhorn has pulled one back within one of Schroeder. Dominant on throw from Kai Gotthard here. If you could hijack 25-26 world champion, who would you handpick? That's a real tough question because there's so many players that I'd like to see be a world champion. I don't know. That's a real tough one. There's probably 3 people spring to mind, but I can't separate them. How are we doing, Marco? I am that reporter. Yes, we also do things like this as well. Welcome to Online Darts. I would love to see Gary Anderson win a third world title. Stefan Schroeder has got the job done, takes out 99 in 3 to seal a 5-3 victory. And then there was one game to go. Kai Gotthard leads Dmitry Zherkov 2-1 at the moment. No problem, mate. Look, this is why we're here. We do things like this we do Q-School, obviously. We do the Pro Tour, the Euro Tour. We'll do the qualifiers. We'll be here for the Masters qualifier, that is for sure. Remember, everyone, if you're new, come and say hi or just jump in the chat room. Subscribe to the channel as well. Massively appreciate all the support. Oh, is that the first mistake? Kai Gotthard has the chance to break and go 3-1. It is, Joel. This is the last game. There is one game to go, and this is it. Yeah, I agree. Like, for a global reach, it would be huge. Not just an Asian qualifier. I think it would be huge if we had a North American winner or an Asian winner for those regions, because that Asia and North America are two huge, monstrous regions to get the sport into. How are we doing? Back from the break. I'll do it once I know who's in stage 2. No idea what Justin Piper is up to now. No, Simon Whitlock lost his card, but he will be at Q-School from Thursday to try and win it back, as Kai Gotthard goes within one leg. 4-1 up now. He is one away. Absolutely, Bob. The Live Lounge, Monday, 8 p.m. is always the place to be. If you missed last night's, it's available on YouTube to watch back, or from all good podcast providers. It is available as an audio only as well. John Part, Bo doesn't play till Thursday. Devin Peterson lost a good game. John Part lost as well. Will you be covering it? Mark, send us some details and we'll see if we can or not. Zherkov gets one back. Dmitry not done yet, but Kai has the darts here to serve it out. I think it'll be this month, Brock. I'm not sure when, but I would expect it this month. And there it is. Kai Gotthard pins 94 to seal his place in stage 2. And that concludes day 2 of stage 1 of Q-School. All in all, another very exciting day. Congratulations to all 16 who have qualified for stage 2 outright. Remember, we will return tomorrow, 10:55, for the final day of stage number 1. All on the line. Remember, you can't win a tour card tomorrow, but you can rule yourself out of one. That is for sure. But everyone, it has been an absolute pleasure the last 6 hours and 45 minutes keeping you company. So thank you very much for that as we take the scores down. I've been Phil Bars. Remember, if you haven't yet, like and subscribe here at Online Darts, and we'll see you all very, very soon.